Okay, hopefully everyone can see that. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm really excited to be part of this conversation and to be part of this fantastic conference. I really enjoyed the interventions yesterday. I just want to say I hope everyone is doing well and keeping safe. It's sort of weird in some respects to have an academic conference when there's just so much, it's such a difficult time for many people around the world. So I just want to kind of give that caveat. But I'm really looking forward to today's conversations as well. So what I'm going to talk about in my brief time is based on my book, which is pictured here, which is basically an ethnographic examination of adult children of North African immigrants in France. So just want to dive in so we have time for discussion. Okay, so essentially the main question of both my book and just my overall research is how do citizens remain on the margins of mainstream society, and what does this reveal about how race and ethnicity operate in practice? So I want to start with a conversation I had with Jamila, who was a 49-year-old of Algerian origin living in Paris, and I met with her at her office in the 8th arrondissement near Gare Saint-Lazare. Okay, so at one point when I was speaking to her, she sighed and said, quote, "I think we see racism more and more these days in France. When I was younger, I remember some experiences. It all seemed normal. I didn't experience it as much as other people. I remember often hearing, return to your country. So people thought that, but you know, my country, it is here. So how do you want me to return to my country? I heard that, but today it is even more that she hears that. I had thought that as I grew older, that would change, that it would subside, that it would fade. We would no longer mark differences or distinguish between people. And I see that we do differentiate between people. We do it more and more. I regret that. I find that sad," end quote. So then I approached her and I said, well, differences like what? And she says, for example, there is discrimination. It is not necessary to pretend otherwise. There is discrimination. I mean that for someone named Rahid Ben Machan, it is difficult for him to find an internship. Or it is not only a question of a foreign sounding name, because there is also territorial racism. If you live in the 93, the administrative number for the Saint-Denis department, banlieues north of Paris, it's the same thing. You have difficulties. You could experience difficulties just because of where you live. So if we clearly see every day that there are small marks or indications, but I also believe it is because France does not acknowledge or address certain problems in its past, it has not always acknowledged its past. End quote. And so I started with Jamila here because I want to get at a couple of things. One, the idea that that someone who's born and raised in France is identifying and experiencing racism solely because of their Maghrébin and North African origins. And that is partly related to the fact that France refuses to acknowledge its ongoing colonial legacy. So for Jamila, she recognizes that, or she identifies that France belongs to everyone who lives here, but she recognizes that there's a barrier to full societal incorporation or inclusion for people like her. So I'm not going to go too much into this because I think this was discussed very well in the introduction yesterday. But of course, I think I want to just quickly highlight the role of republicanism, particularly as it differs from identity politics in the United States and other societies, but also to highlight the fact that even though French republicanism, disavows, or the ideology disavows race as a legitimate category, it's very clear the role of racial ethnic boundaries in constructing French national identity, both sort of historically and contemporarily. And we can think about this in terms of colonial rule and slavery, subsequent post-colonial migration to the hexagon, or to what we consider the geographical boundaries of France today, and just the ongoing ways that immigration is framed as a social problem or a sort of moral panic, right? This idea that, now France is suddenly multicultural, but of course that only makes sense if you ignore the long history of French colonial rule around the world. So specifically, just to talk quickly about the Maghrébin or North African second generation, which was the ethnographic basis of my book. So again, because French Republican ideology doesn't recognize race, it disavows race and racism as meaningful, legitimate categories. There's less data around this population and around racial and ethnic minorities in France more generally. However, we do know that as of 1999, about 26% of second generation immigrants in France are of Maghrébin origin, including 14% 13% of Algerian origin, 9% of Moroccan origin, and 4% of Tunisian origin. So the few large-scale social science studies that we do have demonstrate an unequal treatment and discrimination and a mismatch between individuals themselves feeling French and being perceived as French by other French people, right? Relatedly, specifically for the second generation, we have lots of data that shows an inherited disadvantage for the first generation and a disadvantage vis-a-vis white people, and particularly in the realms of educational attainment and labor market participation. But however, there is some evidence of upward mobility across generations. And so to give an example, one study in 2003 showed that 15% of second generation North African immigrant men and 23% of second generation North African immigrant women hold professional and executive level jobs. So the basis of my book is an ethnographic examination and interviews with this segment of the population, people who see themselves as middle class, who are also MAGHRÉBIN origin living in France. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's what I just said. Okay, so yeah, so interviews and participant observation with 45 children of MAGHRÉBIN immigrants in France living in both Paris proper and the surrounding banlieues. And I can talk more about methodology during the Q&A if that's of interest, but I'll just say here, I ended up focusing on middle class individuals as defined based both on their educational attainment and their professional statuses. So this is a population that a segment of the second generation population that is doing well socioeconomically or financially, yet nonetheless are constantly excluded because they're not white. And that's kind of what I want to center in my remarks today. Okay, so just a brief overview of my respondent sample. Again, 45 respondents, average age about 32. Most of them lived in the immediate surrounding banlieues of Paris. Only a few of them actually lived in Paris proper, or a third of them lived in Paris proper. And then also you see the breakdown in terms of North African origins. So these are all individuals who are born and raised in France, but their parents migrated from either Algeria, Morocco, or Tunisia to France. So very quickly, essentially what I argue in my book and my work is the salience of race and ethnicity as factors of exclusion, controlling, to use kind of crude social science language, for socioeconomic status. So, oftentimes in, I think, both the international media, the French media, and some other prior research, there's a sort of idea that children of MAGHRÉBIN immigrants or racial ethnic minorities in general in France are excluded because they're unemployed or underemployed. And that is not like, I don't want to minimize the role of that, but I want to say that even for people for whom that is not an issue, such as my population, they still are excluded from full membership in French society. They're still reminded that they're not seen as French as other French people. So I argue that we have to take seriously the role of race and racism in structuring patterns of exclusion in French society, despite what the sort of, Republican ethos or Republican ideology would suggest. And specifically, I argue that middle-class North African second generation are denied cultural citizenship to be as accepted as French as others. So even if they themselves see themselves as French and they've only lived in France, they're born in France, they nonetheless are never represented as full French citizens. Excuse me. And so I use the framework of Michael Omni and Howard Winant's racial project to make sense of this. How can racial boundaries be marked or salient in a society that says that race does not exist, right? Outside of sort of official level categories, there still is a direct racialization of happening in French society historically and presently. And the population that I speak with in my ethnographic research feels racialized. They experience racialization. So again, like, even though France has this idea, this ethos of Republican ideology, and it says that race is not, does not exist, is not salient, or conversely is an Anglo-American import. Nonetheless, actual ethnic minorities in France feel very much excluded because of their racial and ethnic origin. And I also want to highlight, in making that point, the work of humanities scholar David Theo Goldberg, who has a framework of racial Europeanization, which, among other things, challenges this idea that race, sort of uses this framework to talk about how race is often seen as existing everywhere but within Europe, right? So it's sort of like there's racism in South America, North America, the United States, et cetera, but it's like not a problem in Europe writ large, right? Versus sort of thinking about how the sort of construction of Europe as we understand it today was very much based on a racial and ethnic construction, or a sort of very much based on boundaries drawn based on race and ethnicity. If we can think about sort of not just France's colonial empire, but the UK, the Netherlands, et cetera. So entitling the book Citizen Outsider, I'm building upon a Black feminist framework of thinking about how populations can be simultaneously, technically part of society, yet simultaneously excluded from society and continually excluded from society, which I think is very much the case of racial and ethnic minorities and the population I discuss specifically in my book. So so thinking about this from a Black feminist framework perspective, this goes back to work by W.E.B. Du Bois, political scientist Kathy Cohen, sociologist Patricia Hill Collins, who tried to sort of mark how people can be simultaneously in society, but in a technical sense, yet always reminded that they're outside of the major society. And that's very much true in the sort of research we have on African Americans or Black Americans. And I argue that there's very much a relevance of that here in the French context. So in my book, I talk about how they're denied cultural citizenship from a young age, which continues into various domains in society throughout their adulthood, such as the workplace, their experiences in higher education, their experiences being Muslim in France, which I'm going to talk about shortly, their residential location, and just generally the public sphere. Like this idea that they're reminded at both macro and micro levels that they're never seen as fully belonging in French society. And this is sort of, I say this to sort of indict the French state and not to indict these individuals. Okay. So let me just quickly get to some examples from my data. I'll sort of try to be mindful of time here. Okay. So I want to talk about, I want to share this quote by Farid, who is a 29-year-old of Moroccan origin who lives with his family in the western banlieue of Poissy. And he feels that his experiences as a child of Maghrébin immigrants have colored his experiences in the workplace and French society at large. He says, quote, "They don't want me. They tell me to integrate. Me, I don't want to integrate. I am French. I don't need to integrate. I was born in France. I respect the laws of the Republic. But they still tell us, no, you are not French. You will never be French. They tell us that because our parents have foreign origins, and that automatically we do too. We are sometimes obligated to hide our differences as if we are ashamed of them. But I've arrived at an age when I tell myself it's my difference. I am not looking to put it out front, but I don't want people to tell me to hide it," end quote. So here, I really like this quote because he identifies what many of my interlocutors referenced during my research, which is the impossibility of being seen as a full French citizen by others, right? This idea that because you have, as he identifies, foreign origins, you're automatically seen as outside of French society, regardless of the fact that, as he mentions here, he was born in France. And this also challenges this kind of common notion of integration or assimilation. And he's saying, I was born and raised in France. What am I integrating to? What am I assimilating to, right? So we really need to sort of think about, I think he does a good job of sort of helping us to think about the sort of limits of these kinds of notions. Okay, so I'm going to specifically talk about, in the remaining time very quickly, question of Islamophobia in the wake of the Charlie Hebdo massacre in January 2015. So essentially, I had already been doing a lot of the research that's in my book, but after these attacks, I went back to France several months after the Charlie Hebdo massacre and re-interviewed some of my respondents. And I want to share a bit about that here to talk a bit about Islamophobia and how it intersects with racism in French society. Okay, so Idi is a 29-year-old doctoral student at Sciences Po, and he also is an activist, and he immigrated to France from Algeria when he was 2 years old. So he spent the majority of his life in France. He says, quote, after the Charlie Hebdo attacks, "It was so weird. After the attacks, I got a text message from a friend from high school, a white guy. asking me what I thought about the attacks, if I condemned them. It doesn't make any sense. Of course I condemn the attacks. I mean, it's not as if we ever ask Catholics and Christians to condemn the attacks that other Christians commit. It doesn't make any sense. This is a republic. I'm part of a republic. I'm an individual in relation to the republic. When I pay my rent every month, each month, I'm just paying for myself, not anyone else or any group, end quote. So this quote is, I think, really instructive also for thinking about the ways that he references the collective punishment that many French Muslims experience, right? This idea that whenever there's any sort of attack, they have to sort of make this public declaration against it, right? And this came up a bit in the remarks yesterday of the ways in which, Muslim children were sort of asked by reporters following the Charlie Hebdo attacks of like, do they see themselves as under Je suis Charlie? And like, this sort of way in which they have to sort of make this kind of public disavowal just based on the events that happened. Also, I think this is helpful. I think Ami makes a great point in his reference to or allegiance to French Republican ideology. So when he's saying, I'm an individual, I'm part of the Republic, I'm an individual in relation to the public, he's actually exemplifying French Republican ideology. So it's even more perverse, if you will, that he's seen as sort of outside of French society when he's very much interpreting these events, interpreting these actions to condemn, or these questions to condemn the attacks in relation to being part of the French Republic. And that's, still part. So he's very much part of French society, even though French society continually reminds him that he's not seen as part of French society. And that's part of the Islamophobia that continues. Another example. So Ahmed is a 32-year-old of Algerian origin who works as a journalist for a radio station. He told me that when he first heard of the attack at the offices of Charlie Hebdo, he prayed that a Muslim was not involved. He says, quote, I felt imprisoned that day, not knowing what was going to happen to Muslims. I mean, every time a Muslim person does something, all of Islam is implicated. There's a constant fear that the Republic is in danger and that Muslims are changing the Republic, end quote. So it's interesting because this quote, or this interview I had with Ahmed was now 5 years ago. We can think about the ways in which that's only ratcheted up in the various events that have happened in France in the last 5 years. He explained to me that it was very difficult for various MAGHRÉBIN origin individuals to relate to Je suis Charlie because they are not seen as French as anyone else. So how do you critique this magazine when that is seen as, or that is held up as sort of exemplifying all that is French society? And relatedly, I want to sort of make this point as it relates to Ahmed Maghrébi, who's pictured here, the Muslim and Algerian origin police officer who is one of the victims of the Charlie Hebdo massacre. He is someone who is just as French as the other victims. He was a Muslim who essentially fought under the motto of, liberté, égalité, fraternité, but he's rarely mentioned in the sort of news reports of these events, right? And the sort of the motto of Je suis Charlie was infinitely more popular than the slogan Je suis Ahmed, especially in affirming a sense of a national community within France. So when we think about the sort of plight of France's racial and ethnic minorities, perhaps it's not hard to understand this, right? Why is Je suis Ahmed not seen as representing French society, but Je suis Charlie is seen as embodying French society? And how can we think about Je suis Charlie as an exclusionary boundary versus an inclusive one? And one of my respondents made this point directly when she says, Nadia here, so she says, quote, stigmatizing Muslims is the same thing as stigmatizing MAGHRÉBIN people because race is too taboo to discuss, end quote. So this idea that, Muslim is not just a religious category, but also an ethno-racial category in French society, partly because of the ways that race is seen as too taboo or too complicated to mention in French society. And so I think we have to think about the connection between racism and Islamophobia in French society, both historically and in the present. Part of doing this is thinking about the legacy of French colonialism in the Maghreb and the ways in which the practices and patterns that existed in France's colonial empire have just been mapped onto what is present day to the hexagon, what is present day mainland France. And that Islamophobia itself is a form of racism. It's not just about Islam or particular Muslim practices. And this came up a bit in my research as well, as many of my respondents felt that they were marginalized or sort of subsumed under this Muslim other category, regardless of their actual relationship to being Muslim. So there's actually a huge variation, a huge heterogeneity, if you will, among French Muslims, but we don't acknowledge that. We flatten them into one thing and say that they're the enemy in French society. When many of my respondents, or the majority of my respondents, thought that being Muslim was not incompatible with being French, that actually they understand their faiths and their practices relative to French Republican ideology, right? So this opposition is an externally imposed one, not one that they see themselves. And when we think about Islamophobia as a form of racism, we have to understand that this is a form of racism that understands certain individuals as too culturally different to ever be accepted into the mainstream French society, right? And so this is sort of, they're forever excluded because of these boundaries. Okay. And I think this is my last slide. Okay. So just really quickly, I think this gets at sort of broader questions, or is important because it gets at broader questions of who gets to be French. So French society imagines itself as having this sort of assimilationist framework that anyone who sort of proclaims or demonstrates allegiance to French values automatically gets included, but really that's not the case. And relatedly, as we think about this globally, we need to sort of challenge French exceptionalism regarding race, ethnicity, and difference. So even though France portrays itself as a anti-racial or non-racial society, it's very clear if you talk to French Muslims, if you talk to ethnic minorities in France, that's very much not the case. And relatedly, we have to think about this as talk more about this in my book, that France really has a growing group of citizens who, despite doing everything quote unquote right, are never fully included in French society. So whether the achievement of a middle class status is not a panacea for full incorporation. So even though people, from my work, identify with French republicanism and as an ideology, they're nonetheless continually excluded from its implementations, right? And we have to sort of take that seriously if we're trying to understand the experiences of racial and ethnic minorities in France. And this, finally, I would say that this reveals, among other things, how race and ethnicity become or are master categories that really structure boundaries of inclusion and exclusion in a variety of societies. And so that, I think can relate to the experience. So in that sense, we can relate the experiences of French Muslims here with the experiences of Muslims, in the United States, for example, speaking as an American, right? There's a lot of sort of overlap in the ways in which who we see as fully capable of being part of, whether it's American society or French society or the UK or what have you, right? And so I think we need to think about this idea that a certain population, the way that sort of French Republican society is structured, a certain population is deemed to forever remain in a marginal social location. And I think that helps us get at sort of the intersections between Islamophobia and racism, both sort of in France, but I think globally as well. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. And definitely we're going to have a set of great questions building on some of the conversations from yesterday's conference. And I think it fits perfectly. So I'm going to move now to our next contributor, Professor Nadia Fadil, Associate Professor, just one second, Associate Professor of the Intercultural Migration and Minorities Research Center at Leuven University, Belgium. Nadia was visiting professor for us for some time at Berkeley a few years back, not in the most recent, and we had really the pleasure to work with her in the university, some of the lectures and the engagement. So it's a pleasure to have you back with us, and look forward to really a great presentation. So take us to the next, Nadia.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. Perfect. Okay. Let me just share my slides. Also, I just have a few slides that I want to share with you. So yeah, I hope this works. Yeah. Okay, so good evening, everyone. And first, I would like to thank you, Hatem, also for setting this up and also including me in this conversation. It's always a pleasure to participate to the Islamophobia conferences, as it is always also an occasion to reunite with some old friends, even though this year it's only virtually. So this year's conference is entirely devoted to the ongoing events in France, and rightly so. We have heard yesterday how the decapitation of Samuel Paty-Conflans or the attack in the Basilica of Notre-Dame in Nice have triggered a new series of harsh responses on the part of the French state, targeting a wide spectrum of the Muslim civil society, but not only. We have also witnessed a series of measures targeting also the academic spaces and anti-racist activists. In an attempt to regulate academic discourses, senators have attempted to add an amendment to the new law around the funding of higher education that conditions the academic freedom to the respect of Republican values. Now, while the attacks of October have accelerated these harsh responses, yesterday's speakers have also rightfully noted that they were already in the making long before. The announcement of the new law against separatism in September 2020 explicitly aimed to discipline movements that are seen to threaten the national cohesion. So-called Islamist movements represent in this context the new public enemy, and the different crackdown and dissolvement of Baraka City and the CCIF are part and parcel of these various governmental attempts at regulating and disciplining Muslimness. Now, what I want to do in my talk is I want first to briefly pause at this dismantling of the CCIF, because I think it's actually quite interesting to pause briefly at the justification of the decision around the CCIF, now which was published, as you can see, on the 2nd of December 2020. So the CCIF, or the Collectif contre l'Islamophobie, is an organization that fights against Islamophobia. And it's actually, the dissolvement of the CCIF is actually quite ironic, because the organization preempted, you could say, that dissolvement by dissolving itself already. So actually one wonders what the state was really dissolving, because the organization was technically no longer existing. But anyways, the French state decided to move forward and published its decision last week. And I just want to pause briefly at one of the justifications given by the French state. And I've translated it, you can see it in the middle. So it says, so in one of the justifications given, it says, considering in the first instance that by qualifying as Islamophobes certain measures taken to prevent terrorism and prevent conduct punished by the law, the Collectif contre l'Islamophobie en France must be seen as sharing, cautioning, and contributing to propaganda such ideas at the risk of suscitating, in turn, hate, violence, or discrimination, or producing a breeding ground for violent action and amongst its sympathizers. And then it continues, it also states that the decision was also motivated because the CCIF was actually scaring the Muslim community, and it goes on and so forth. Now, of course, one can remark that this is quite striking, that the French government decides to dissolve a human rights organization on the basis that it actually instigates, you could say, sympathy for violence and so on and so forth. Now, and we have seen also yesterday how several speakers have actually also situated this move by the French state in the light of a growing competition with the far-right party. And we've seen several interventions yesterday were going in that direction, also in the light of the elections, the presidential elections in less than 2 years. Another way to understand this development is to read it as an extension, you could say, of the growingly rigid view on laïcité, which takes also the expression of religious practices like the headscarf as a signpost of political Islam. And so wearing the headscarf or praying at the workplace are not seen as an expression of religious piety, but seen as a manifestation of political Islam or a corrupted form of Islam. And actually it's interesting, and that was also noted yesterday by one of the speakers, that this movement is actually very much carried by people with a Muslim heritage, so people who have Maghrebi backgrounds and who themselves, you could say, are staunch opponents to political Islam, and they actually have an important voice in that regard in France. Now, I think all of these different elements are important to understand the context in which these interventions are occurring. But there is another element that I want to pause at in my talk, and which does not simply attend to how the French model of laïcité has become more restrictive in the recent decades. So all of that, of course, is happening. But that also backlash on free speech, which accuses Muslim organizations, but also, as I will also show, academics, anti-racist activists and journalists of intellectual complicity with terrorism, is one of the resulting consequences of a dominant view that sees terrorism as the result of a process of radicalization, and which is seen to be provoked by a cultural and religious diversity and a lack of assimilation to the French Republican and secular values. Now, in talking about radicalization, I'm referring also to a book that I edited and also authored several chapters with Martijn de Koning and Francesco Ragazzi. And in this book, we offer a close analysis of how this notion of radicalization was introduced in Europe due to a desire by the security services to find an adequate language to capture the growing tensions they linked with the multicultural composition in their societies. And so in our book, we analyze how the dispositif of radicalization, so the discourse of radicalization, was first introduced in the Netherlands and later adopted by other countries like the UK through the PREVENT model, as a way to capture the relationship between the problem of integration that was increasingly seen as a diagnostic, as a domestic problem, and that of international terrorism. Now, what is interesting is that the shift to this language, you could say, or this discourse of radicalization occurs at the moment where the Netherlands is increasingly concerned with the integration of its ethnic and cultural minorities. And this happens already throughout the 90s. So what we do in our book, and so that's also the research that I did also for the book, I studied the archives of the Dutch security services that are actually online from 91 onwards. And so what one can see is that throughout the 90s, so in the early 90s, one can see how the intelligence services were actually mainly preoccupied in a more classical, you could say, policing techniques by following specific organizations and listing the threat that could be directed from specific organizations. At the time, we're talking in the early 90s, there was a reference to the PKK, there was a reference to organizations that are linked with the Iranian government, and so on and so forth, but often also through an international lens. Gradually throughout the 90s, we do witness a shift, and that shift occurs also with an explicit reference to the integration problem, the problem of integration that becomes articulated around the mid-90s in the Netherlands, also most specifically in relationship to Muslim minorities, in particular the Moroccans and the Turks, migrants in the Netherlands. And so it is confronted with that growing discussion around integration in the 90s that we see that the Dutch security services equally feel that they need to do something about it. So they also feel they need to do something about integration. And they will henceforth propose a new diagnosis and a new approach to surveillance, which they will go on describing as the comprehensive approach. And so in their annual reports of 1991, they will also come to redefine their tasks as trying to signal and help and counter threats to the integration process at an early stage. So the main task of the security services is not necessarily to examine the failing process of integration, which they understand belongs to the competency of the integration of the government or the integration policy or social. It's a social competency, not a security competency, but rather to identify and to monitor the carriers who are understood to potentially hinder the integration process. And this is really what will be at the heart of this comprehensive approach, which will not be focused on groups as such, but rather on processes of integration in this regard. And so it is in this context that ethnic cultural minorities and Islamic organizations were seen to emerge as potentially promoters of anti-integration stance, and thus to potentially represent a threat for the social cohesion. Attention will therefore be given to documenting, reporting, and identifying actors or groups who could potentially be perceived as threatening or limiting a successful integration process. Hence, when the term radicalization was introduced in 1991, and it's not just a term, it's really the whole idea behind it and the public policies that will ensue, it came thus to expand this link between security and integration, which was already at the heart of the analysis of the security services since the late 90s. And so this is one of the first definitions you can that you can see of this process of radicalization that is defined as the breeding ground for the emergence of radical ideas. So the whole idea is to focus on these breeding grounds. And so we'll see also a shift from organizations to also the processes upon which these organizations could intervene. And so as you can see also the focus when the definition was initially proposed was also very much focused on specific communities. We see here the Muslim community, the Moroccan community is explicitly listed. So we're not talking about specific organizations, we're talking about specific moods, we're talking about specific orientations that need to be policed. Now fast forward to, of course, our times. And so more than a decade later, the idea that the process of radicalization precedes terrorism has in the meantime become a well-accepted idea in most European countries. And this has thereby also resulted into a new set of inquiries into the root causes of radicalization. So we have moved from studying the root causes of terrorism to studying the root causes of radicalization, if you want. And it's interesting actually also to note that in France, these policies have only been adopted in 2014. So, and I think that's also maybe something that could be interesting in the discussion, why France actually was one of the latest countries to adopt policies around radicalization compared to the Netherlands or Belgium or Denmark, the Scandinavian countries much earlier. France will actually be one of the late comer. Now, there have been, of course, quite a few critiques on this notion of radicalization, and I'm not going to rehearse them here. There is, in the meantime, a vast scholarship that challenges the depoliticization, the individualization, the stigmatization, and so on and so forth, that is entangled with these processes of securitizing specific communities. But there is another aspect that I want to pause at, and which attends to how social discourse becomes seen as an enabler of radicalization. And this brings me back to this decision by the French state. And what is interesting is that we see that the qualifications given by the CCIF of the counterterrorism measures are seen as potentially instigating a specific attitude. This is something that we find a lot in this literature on radicalization, that specific groups, in particular Islamist groups, are accused of promoting Mankinian views, to polarize society by drawing on a sense of victimhood, by focusing on Islamophobia. And so what is interesting is that we see that Islamic movements are thus not viewed as complex sociological developments that interact with the material context, but are rather seen as idealistic and performative social discourses that produce a specific perspective on the social world. So it produces a specific outlook on the social world. And what is interesting here is that we witness an interpretative shift that occurs, and which I think is worth pausing and reflecting upon. We see here that social discourse becomes stripped from its material considerations and becomes primarily apprehended as an idealistic justification, which has performative effects on the social world by reshaping the moods and motivations of individual subjects. And I think it's important to reflect on this matter more carefully, and more particularly on how this occurs through an articulation with secularism. Now, when I talk about secularism, I'm understanding it here as a discursive power structure that revolves around the delineation between the domain of the religious and the social, whereby religion becomes reshaped and understood as a symbolic system that induces particular a particular attitude, and that centers around a set of beliefs that induce particular attitudes. And now this view on religion has been critiqued also. There is a whole scholarship also drawing on the work of Talal Assad that has critiqued this perspective on religion. But what is interesting is that we see that the particular phenomenon becomes redefined, if you want, as a symbolic system that induces particular attitudes, right? So that's, you could say, what is at the heart also of the process of secularization, if you want. Now, I want to argue that one of the key functionalities of the policies of counter-radicalization lies not only in the restriction of particular type of conduct, but also in the production and redefinition of specific social discourses into performative discourses. Discourses that are seen as operating as inciting speech and as idealistic justifications. We have seen how this process has already been completed towards what has come to be described as radical Islam. One of the hallmarks of radical Islam, that's the way we have come to understand it, is that it's not only understood as a social discourse that interacts with the material world, but it is rather viewed as pure ideology, which primarily aims to trigger and produce particular effects, right? And now, and here comes, of course, one of the interesting expansions, you could say. In the recent weeks, months, and years, we have witnessed a similar process, but this time targeting journalists and scholars. We saw it in the accusations directed towards the New York Times by French President Emmanuel Macron, who argued that US Daily was legitimizing terrorist violence. And so I would, but we also saw it in censoring of pieces of journalists like Merin Khan or also Farhad Kasrokavar. Now, what is interesting is we could see it as well. France is not happy with people writing negatively about France, right? That's one way of seeing it. Another way of seeing it is that the French state is actually seeing this discourse as instigatory. They're seeing them to a certain extent as discourses that are enabling a specific attitude, and that's why they need to be stopped, right? And more recently, hundreds of academics seconded the claim of French Minister of Education, Jean-Michel Blanquer, who stated that Islamogauchism was devastating French universities and promoting an intellectual radicality that has conditioned the killer of Samuel Paty. And I'm quoting here Jean-Michel Blanquer's statements. So what we see here is that anti-racist views, including those expressed in the academic spheres, are being charged with instigating hate and polarization and with potentially radicalizing people. Journalists or academics who write about racism and Islamophobia are not seen as describing a material or social context. They are rather seen as producing a particular vision on the social world. Like in the case of radical Islam, they are apprehended as idealistic and performative justifications, thus inducing certain moods and motivations and enabling a sense of victimhood and resentment. Now, in order to conclude, I just want to reflect on how we should move forward. Now, I understand how one way to move forward is, I think it is important to understand how this assault on free speech does not stand in isolation, but is rather part and parcel of a broader development of regulating the domain of public speech through the lens of counter-radicalization and the prevention of polarization. Because in the recent responses also to the assault on the university, we've seen how these you could say many have addressed the threat on the academic freedom, but there has been less reflection on understanding how it is part, you could say, of a broader process. And this also implies the need to understand the process through which these transformations come to occur, how public speech, firstly in the religious field and more particularly towards Muslim minorities, becomes transformed into radical speech. What are the different discursive processes through which this occurs, and how it is also interwoven with secularism that seeks to regulate not only what counts as proper religious practice, but also what counts, you could say, as proper speech by distinguishing and producing, you could say, and differentiating between incitable and non-incitable speech. And so one of the upcoming challenges, I think, is to understand how the same process is occurring also now towards anti-racist speech, whether it is in public discourse or in academia. And to understand how that kind of speech is equally being recoded as incitable speech. Connected to that, I would suggest that it is also important to understand what kind of academic speech is subject to this type of resignification. Are we talking, because what is of course interesting is that it is a specific type of scholarship that becomes subjected to these kinds of attacks. We're not talking about, you could say, the statistician who studies social welfare, but we're talking about feminist studies, we're talking about decolonial studies, and also studies that draw on a specific epistemological tradition that we could describe as critical scholarship, critical in the philosophical sense of the word. So that there is also an epistemological redisciplining that is happening. So to conclude, in order to critically challenge the assault on free speech that is currently taking place, it will therefore be essential to not simply view it as an attack on academic freedom, but also as part and parcel of a broader development that tends to turn social contestation, whether religious, Islamic, or secular, into radical speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. It's really fits well with the Jean presentations, and definitely we'll have many, many questions and looking forward to it. I also encourage our panelists from yesterday, as well as those who are going to be in the next panel, if you have any questions for us to have a conversation, by all means, you could put it in the Q&A box, or if you want to raise your hand and engage in a direct conversation with your co-panelists in the conference for us to have this conversation. So I encourage you to do so. I see Munir, Ahlam, and others from yesterday as well. So I want to move right now to Professor Salman Sayyid, Professor of Social Theory and Decolonial Thought, Head of School of Sociology and Social Policy at University of Leeds. Also, Salman's project is a co-partner with lots of the work that we do. His journal, Reorient, is a partner journal for the Islamophobia Studies Journal. And these are two pieces of publishing for the field, both of decolonial thought as well as broader Islamophobia. So, Salman, it's a pleasure to have you. And take us to your presentation, Neo-Nationalism and the Islamophobic Imaginary.
Thank you, Hatem. Assalamu everyone. Hatem, how long is it? 15 minutes?
15 to 20 minutes. But okay, since we had Reza drops, so we have some time to work with. Okay, great. So thank you, everyone. I've got a few remarks to make, and I hope at the end of them, they will sort of fit together, but I'll try and do them as just sort of little jump cuts. Let me start off by suggesting one way about thinking about Islamophobia is to think that Islamophobia is to neo-nationalism what anti-Semitism was to National Socialism. That is a blueprint for a new world order. Now, to make good this suggestion as a way of thinking about Islamophobia, I'm going to speak about three things. Let's talk about neo-nationalism to explain what that is. I'm going to talk a little bit about the blueprint, and then I'm going to talk a little bit about the idea of Muslimness as the object of Islamophobia. Okay. To start off by speaking about neo-nationalism, what I call neo-nationalism, I think it might be useful to sort of reflect back on the history of Islamophobia studies. And the reason why this is important is one of the issues about Islamophobia studies, which has always vexed me, is there has always been a certain kind of presentism in its reception and its construction, that it always seems to emerge fully formed from the response to the latest emergency, whether that's Charlie Hebdo, whether that's 9/11, where's the war on terror, and we miss out the longer conversation, the longer constructions
of Islamophobia studies and the problem that they've been struggling with. So if you look at the way that modern or contemporary Islamophobia studies starts off with, and again, there are many, many different points. You could start off with Edward Said's preface to the 1985 edition of Orientalism. You could start off with the Runnymede Trust report in 1997. All of them point to Islamophobia prior to the War on Terror, prior to 9/11. They try and articulate something precisely or more generally, which was already in the air, which had not been named as yet. And as a consequence, they name something which has mainly been really to do with the relationship in Europe or the United States, so the West, with forms of Muslimness. So you have this situation in which you find that Islamophobia becomes an affair of dealing with a particular form of post-colonial ethnically marked populations in the global north, i.e. Muslim minorities, Muslim diaspora, communities that may have been known as Maghrebis or Pakistanis or Kurds or Turks, at some point began to be known as Muslims. And many of the panelists here and yesterday have marked out and shown the details of that process, the movement from ethnic marker to a Muslim marker, and then the racialization of the Muslim marker. Now, what that has done is that if you look at much of the energy spent in early Islamophobia studies, they often were looking at questions of representation, questions of the media. Those were some of the main drivers, because behind the idea of Islamophobia was an expectation among many Muslims and those and other scholars that Islamophobia was really a type of misunderstanding, a type of misrecognition, and the solution to that would be a better understanding of what Muslims were really like or Islam was really like. And through a kind of supercharged, renewed interfaith dialogue, through these sorts of measures, were able to produce a reduction of Islamophobia. And Islamophobia then was able to be contained within the repertoire of social policies that have emerged in the kind of global north, liberal democratic welfare states, of how to deal with ethnic minorities, post-colonial ethnic minorities, and it formed within that kind of debate around those the policy repertoires, around assimilation, multiculturalism, and back again. And different regimes and different countries would often score points off each other, saying how their policy repertoire, whether it was called, unless they were calling it multiculturalist, and some were calling it assimilationist or integrationist, etc. But this was the broad range of these things. Now, what is interesting is this, that yesterday or the day before, there were reports that the French government may be thinking of setting up internment camps for Muslims who are not necessarily found guilty of anything, but may be in danger of radicalization. Now, on the one hand, this looks like a complete breach with this kind of dialectic between multicultural assimilation policies, the repertoire of, let's say, how to manage a post-colonial ethnoscape in the global north. And it seems to suggest a shift to another kind of terrain. The other thing which is quite interesting about this is while these sorts of ideas have begun to circulate with greater regularity. There are rumors that, in the United States, that it was suggested that there may be need for something like that if there was another 9/11 and so on and so forth. And you can multiply these examples. So what is the boundary of thinkable seems to have been slowly shifting. Now, one question might be, well, why is this happening? What is that happening? And I would like to suggest to you now, it's almost impossible to talk about Islamophobia without talking about the fate of the Rohingya, without talking about the Uyghurs, without talking about the Kashmiris, or without talking about the Palestinians. And in a sense, what we have is a realization that Islamophobia is not just an affair which is located in the global north. It is actually something which transcends the planet in many, many different ways. And it circulates around these countries and these different regimes, sharing a distinct set of resemblances and overlaps. And these overlaps fuel on one hand, they fuel the different ways of thinking about Islamophobia. And the other thing that they do is they actually help form a concerted sense of what Islamophobia is. So these are not just in terms of ideas or linguistic acts, as work of many on this panels have already shown, that there is concerted, material, practical measures which link these together. But nonetheless, you could play this game of, you could take an official from China or an official from India or from Israel or from Burma, and you could swap around the justifications for the actions they're taking, and you could see who said what. And what you would find is a great deal of similarity between the speeches they make. You could expand this game by including in it spokespersons from the securitocrats from the global north. So the issue that all of these regimes will talk about is that we have to do something about radicalization. Radicalization is inherent in aspects of Islam. Radicalization or its leads to terrorism. Terrorism is something which is written in radical Islam. It is not something which occurs in response to any situation, etc. So you have this kind of emerging discourse which unifies or provides a unified vocabulary of talking about radicalization. And so you have this kind of, the countering violent extremism programs share many, many things together. Now, there's been a lot of work, increasing work done, looking at the how of this, looking at the various comparisons, looking at the kind of similar kinds of policies that are put in. The question remains is why? Now, I would say to you, there are perhaps three ways of thinking about the why question. Which, firstly, in all of these cases, the expression of Muslimness is presented as a sign of tradition or backwardness or anti-modernity. That Muslimness is in the way. It is something which we cannot understand or comprehend. It is something which holds us back. It belongs to the past. So Muslimness is a signifier of backwardness. Secondly, I would say to you, Muslimness is a signifier of transnationality. And this is really critical, and I do not think it's simply coincidence that the populations within the kind of European model, which have been subject to the most systematic violence at certain points of time, the Jewish population or the Roma, are all populations which were seen to somehow escape the boundaries of the state, of the nation state. And right now, one of the biggest examples of those who seem to have that transnationality, however you phrase it, is Muslims. And the signifier of Muslims have become a signifier of that's transnationality. And this is true not just, by the way, of non-Muslim regimes, but it's also true of Islamophobic Muslim regimes, where the real effort, every single case is the effort is to nationalize Islam, is to make it containable. In most of these cases, the idea is not to remove the Muslim, but to contain Muslimness within the boundaries of the state, within the boundaries of the nation state. The final thing I would say about Muslimness is a signifier of the impossibility of being able to project the nation. And what I would say to you here is that in many ways, what we're looking at is neo-nationalism is really the attempt to construct a nation or a national community in a post-Western world. And this has both important significance because for very long, the idea of the nation was immersed with a certain idea of Western and modernity, which meant that there was a certain kind of exteriority to certain expressions. But the possibility of a post-Western nation allows a certain degree of rearticulation in which countries which may want to preserve or rescue themselves into the future can then see Muslims as the anti-national. So the Muslim exists as an anti-national for neo-nationalism. And I think this is one of the key kind of defining features of the world right now, the emergence of a neo-nationalism. And there are many, many aspects of this, going from Trump to the governments in Austria, to Macron, etc. The neo-national discourse basically projects itself through its antagonism with the expression of Muslimness. Okay, so this final point that I want to make, and I'm very, very quickly, I guess, is that we are existing in a context where there is no fully constituted Muslim political subjectivity, in which case Islamophobia can operate in the cracks and spaces between that. And we can see this both at a kind of local level and a national level, where the ability for a Muslim political subjectivity to challenge Islamophobia isn't strong enough right now. And it's a question of constructing these narratives, constructing these possibilities. But in the absence of that, you have this kind of inability to recognize that while the discourse, Islamophobic discourse, is becoming increasingly articulated and incoherent, the opposition to Islamophobia remains far more fragmented than is good for anyone, but certainly so fragmented that Islamophobia is able to proceed. So, what do I want to say about the Islamophobic imaginary and what I want to move away from thinking about it? I think it would be a mistake if we continue to think of Islamophobia in kind of parochial terms. I think we have to recognize that Islamophobia is not just a cultural phenomenon, it's not just an ideological phenomenon which is distorting or covering up real interest. Islamophobia is becoming a means of expressing a different kind of world, in which case Muslimness comes to stand in and signify an alternative, but also a possibility of a radical plurality. So I think what we need to see is what is happening in France, in Austria, in China, in India, and I'll run out of, if I keep on naming these countries, I'll run out of time, but please add the ones that you want to add, is not the same phenomenon, but a relational phenomenon. They may be singing different songs, but they're all playing the same tune. And in that world, it becomes more and more necessary to construct an alternative anti-Islamophobia front, because what is at stake here isn't simply and I don't say simply in any kind of light sense, the fate of Muslim minorities in Europe, or the fact that you may get vilified, or you may be subject to microaggressions or murder. What is at stake here is really the construction of the world itself, that whether the world which will becoming postmodern will have a space for alternatives, or the post-Western world will simply be a continuation of the same kind of hierarchies of violence and power, except wearing different clothes. Thank you.
Thank you, Salman, and thanks for both Nadia and Jean. So if we could get all the cameras back on and get to have the conversation. Welcome any of our co-part panels from yesterday. If you want to join in and have questions to be posed to any of the panelists, as well as if you have a conversation. So Salman, Nadia, Jean, if you want to ask each other some of the questions from the presentation, by all means. So let's, I'm just going to take a look at some of the questions in here. This is by Anonymous. So again, says, now that the threat from ISIS and Qaeda, Islamic terrorists, is over, are not the northern governments finding a new boogeyman, the Islamic radical, to keep fueling the military-industrial complex? So this is to anyone's.
So very quickly, I would say that the issue isn't that there's a new bogeyman or a new kind of enemy figure. It's just that it's never gone away. And what I mean by this is that, as we've talked about various times, if Islamophobia is about a type of racism that's directed at Muslimness, Muslimness is infinite. We saw yesterday a panel talking about how the shift from Muslimness as expressed or concentrated in the hijab moved into Muslimness as expressed and concentrated in the long skirt. You will find that maybe Muslimness one day will become expressed in hummus. So from halal food to hummus food, that becomes a marker of hummus. If you think that I'm being, and any hummus lovers there think I'm being facetious, remember that, for example, olive oil was a sign of Muslimness in the Iberian Peninsula after the Catholic conquest. So if you had olive oil, you were a Muslim. So I think these sorts of signifiers of Muslimness are in the churn, because what is really being had at is the impossibility of being able to have the ability to write an alternative history. And those agencies which wish to write that will become oppositional to this blueprint for a new world, for a different kind of world.
I might want to maybe add something. I mean, I think I completely, I completely second everything that that Salman has said, and I think it's important to consider how the local is connected with the global, because indeed what's happening in Europe does not stand in isolation with what's happening in China or in India or in Sri Lanka or in any other parts of the world for that matter, where there is a very clear, you could say, reorganization of the national social contract around issues of Islamophobia. And I think that's a very shared common denominator. I think what is really also important, and I think for me, what is also important is to understand how it is happening and through what language and through what logic, because the logic of prevention has become a very hegemonic logic, right? Because, and I think that's also what allows us to understand how these processes are enabled in you could say, in a way that does not read it immediately as Islamophobia, right? And where it is not primarily seen as Islamophobia, but where it is, you could say, conditioned and scripted upon the regulation of Muslimness. And I think that's why I think it's interesting to also pause more carefully at how this language of radicalization is disseminating and has in the meantime become a global industry, you could say, because if you look at the way it originates, it really emerges around Muslimness to then expand and say, well, we're not just going to talk about Islamic forms of radicalization, we're also going to talk about far right, we're going to talk about other forms of radicalization, but you could say the kind of template vis-a-vis which it has been scripted is Muslimness, right? And I think in that sense, it gets a broader universal appeal, right? In a sense, people are not, can defend themselves. We're not Islamophobes. We're just attacking radicalization. And that's also, I mean, for instance, in Belgium now, the effort is really to address far-right radicalization, right? And to address other forms. And in a way, you actually enable the sustainers of a hegemonic form of disciplining and regulation that becomes much more difficult to challenge. Because in a way it's neutral, right? It's not something that, but in effect, its material effect is very clearly targeted towards Muslim, Orthodox Muslimness in a primary sense, I would say. Yeah.
Can I just come back
Go
on
ahead.
this very quickly? As usual, I agree with everything that Nadia said. So it's not, I just want to add just one thing to that, because I think it's really, really important to recognize this. We're not talking about a strategy which has been thought out in one room kind of thing. We're talking about a strategy without a strategist. And what that means is that basically these people who are doing these kinds of things, many of them have internalized these values and these concerns. And I think Nadia is absolutely right. And I think it came out in Jean's thing as well, that basically they are looking at, we are trying to solve a problem. We are trying to keep our people safe. We are trying to keep everyone safe. And in that effort of safety or security, you then need to curtail these things. And what you're seeing is the hollowing out of democratic governance to this kind of securitization, through this kind of process in which you basically say that in order to preserve the social contract, we need to make exceptions. And it is that field of exceptionality which fix upon, as Nadia just said, on the transcript of Muslimness. Muslimness becomes the surface of inscription where securitization is first implemented and then it's moved forward. So for example, if anyone thinks that the French decision now to have children, as I understand it, to have ID numbers for children, school children, was only meant for Muslims, but in fact, it goes to everybody in a sense. So it starts off with a measure that may only require the justification. We have to look out for the bad apples, but it becomes slowly a measure which transforms the relationship between the governed and the governors, the rulers and the ruled. And that is true of Paris, as it's true of Beijing, as it's true of New Delhi, as it's true of Washington, DC, that there is this kind of machine of basically safety and security, which is basically reconfiguring those relationships. And at the space of that reconfiguration is depoliticization. And that is why Muslimness becomes that way of depoliticizing, because Islamophobia then says to you, well, this is not rational people. They don't have rational aims. We can only deal with them as sort of almost a pathogenic response. And that's why we need securitization, quarantine, et cetera, those measures.
There's a question about how did digitization, digital media affected Islamophobic discourse in Europe? Maybe it also could expand it, the media role in the current period. Anyone?
I mean, I don't want to, sorry, if somebody else wants to say, I'll say something about this. There are two things. Look, if you want to see what digital Islamophobia looks like, study what's happening to the Uyghurs. The digitalization allows a degree of surveillance and intervention which was almost unimaginable even by the most totalitarian regime. And it does so softly. You don't really need to have the jackboot in your face when you've got microchips in all your boots kind of thing. You know, it's that kind of order there. So that's one element of it. I think the question of the media becomes slightly a red herring, because the issue about the media is this. Of course, the media disseminates and has an agenda, etc. The question still remains, why is it the media feels, or I'm not sure the media is an independent actor in this. I think it's a vector for other kinds of expressions and things like that. And I think that's one of the things we make a mistake, that if you had a good Muslim in charge of the media, I'm not sure that things would change for the same reason. If you have Muslims at airport security checking you, it doesn't formally change. Having Black policemen in an American police force doesn't end racism in that. It may be a possible start, but it's very, very likely that what you have is an internalization of those values. So the media has to be seen as part of a larger social struggle or political struggle, which means creating an alternative rather than just hoping that we get the right number and the good journalists who will do that. They will, as you know, I think Nadia mentioned, they will find themselves being targeted, curtailed, etc., and silenced and moved on to fringe elements of the media.
Anyone else on that? No.
I think it's, I'm not an expert, so that's why I don't feel really competent to respond on these questions. The first thing I have to think, of course, is also how social media very much operates through specific algorithmic, you could say, articulations, and that, there are a few people who are actually working on this question, how algorithm and racial prejudice are tangled, and how it actually and facilitates, promotes, and Twitter, where we have, you could say, far right voices that are predominantly present and overwhelmingly present on that medium, and also using it also, or Facebook in that regard, right? Think of the killing also, the murders and the attacks in New Zealand, and how he made use of a Facebook Live in order to commit. And I think it's actually interesting to think about that more carefully. Because I think some of the people who work on these issues, they would actually argue that technology is an agent in that regard, and does actually, and the whole infrastructure behind it does actually also have a role in exacerbating not specific tensions, and in, you could say, enabling specific types of massacres, because they can be, you could say, transmitted. So yeah, what does it produce? What kind of massacres are being produced? Because they can be shown live, right? Like we had in New Zealand. So I think it doesn't mean that it invents it. So I think it's still an infrastructure in that regard, but I think I think it's an important question to think about.
Another question, which is, I think, connected to this, the whole introduction of artificial intelligence. And even these days, you could actually rent a person through artificial intelligence and have it be your person on Twitter, Facebook, completely having, all types of responsibilities. So you might be engaged with a person that you think is real. Not to say that those people who are real are not a problem themselves, but now you have the artificial intelligence field that is completely saturated and reflects the same priorities that we have in society.
Are you telling us, Hatem, that we are basically bots in your imagination, that we're just basically the anti-Islamophobia bots with the algorithm you worked out? We are not
That's
real.
always a possibility. I'm not gonna discount that, considering where we are at.
No, I know what you mean. Of course, it's absolutely right.
I think Muhammad is asking the question, to strengthen the counter-Islamophobic efforts, why not team up with the mainstream organizations like Human Rights Watch, who have strong legal teams across the world and are tackling these issues in each of the countries like China, India, and Palestine? So partnering with some of the human rights organizations.
Someone else has to speak on this panel.
I could jump in. Yeah, I'll just, I'm not an expert on this particular point, but I will say that I do know that, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty International and some other organizations have been, at least tangentially involved in some efforts to counter Islamophobia and racism in France. So I think that we are seeing a bit of that already. Yeah.
Maybe I would also just add, I would also second what Jean has also said. So I would not just assume that it's not happening, but I think there is something. I'm less familiar with the activities of Human Rights Watch in China or in Burma or in other parts of the world, but if I'm looking at the European and continental context, then I can talk about how human rights organizations and anti-racist organizations have been dealing with issues of Islamophobia, and more particularly, for instance, whether it's the niqab ban, the veil ban, or more recently the issues around, you could say, the counter-terrorist measures, that also, you could say, the collateral damages of counter-terrorism, if you want to call it like that, and the Islamophobic components thereof. Then it is actually quite interesting to see how there is some kind of hesitation, I would use the word, to explicitly engage. I mean, it depends very much of the topic, but for instance, take the headscarf. Human rights organizations around anti-racism are very hesitant to intervene on these issues, because for many there is still very much this issue, understanding that it's not a matter of racism, but it's a matter of state neutrality. And so there is it's not an issue of racism. So it is still very much, and I think that's why it's important also to think about how, through which processes Islamophobia occurs, right? And here we have an understanding where the headscarf can be banned because it is not seen as an integral component of one's religious faith. It's just seen as, in the best case, it's seen as a practice, a pious practice. In the worst case, it's seen as a signpost of political Islam. So we don't feel obliged. And here we come back also to this narrative of radicalization that even makes it more difficult to actually do something. And it's actually interesting also in telling that the dissolution of CCIF has actually really, I mean, they have hardly been sidelined by other. I think the Association des Droits de l'Homme has came with a communiqué after the dissolution, but it hasn't been a huge mobilization of human rights organizations defending it, and also always because there is this entanglement of what we would define here as Islamophobia, and others would define as radicalization or political Islam. So yeah.
I mean, I think it's really important to also remember two things. Firstly, for example, a couple of years ago, there was a big issue with Amnesty International, some of its local factors really being unhappy that Amnesty International was giving support to those who were in Guantanamo because they accused them of being radical Islamic fundamentalists, political Islamists, etc., etc. The human rights architecture that we have, a lot of it grew up and was fit for purpose during the Cold War, where we knew who wore the black hats, who wore the white hats. And subsequently, it's been great for looking at African dictatorships, but in various kind of mechanisms. So there's a kind of racialization of human rights discourse as well, in the way that it appropriates and deals with some issues and not other issues. And that's partly, it's not just a question of geopolitics, it's actually a question about the liberal rights. It's also a question about where other people have, on this panel, I think Nadia's worked on this as well, and others mentioned yesterday, the Eurocentric left itself, who can only imagine certain types of acts of resistance, certain types of violations and human rights violations, and becomes very queasy on these kinds of issues. And that, I think, is to do with the way in which Islamophobic discourse presents Muslimness as something as inherently anti-enlightenment, and the anti-enlightenment is the final guarantor of human rights. It's sort of anti-enlightenment is what prevents the guarantee of human rights. In the sense, the enlightenment is considered to be necessary for human rights. There is there's a quote from a Nazi thinker, which always goes down well in these talks like this, who makes the point, and I think it's a very important point. Carl Schmitt said that the amount of violence that can be committed in the name of humanity exceeds all other kinds of violence, because if you say you are fighting for humanity, then who you oppose are not human. And that is one of the aspects of human rights discourse, in a sense, that human rights discourse, if you say you are on the side of human rights, then it is quite easy to actually say those who oppose you are not. And one of the whole problems has been that kind of, I think that we need a campaign to educate human rights organizations to become more universal in their conception of human rights and less particular and less kind of beholden to a Enlightenment inheritance. because we need to remind them that the Enlightenment was completely compatible with mass enslavement, imperialism, colonial violence. That's something that they perhaps don't remember or care to remember too often.
Sadiq, you had a question there, so if you want to chime in and ask your question.
So my question basically is, thank you everybody, this was very enriching. But my question is, as most of you mentioned this somehow, that the ethno-nationalist movement views the state as a vehicle for serving the dominant racial or otherwise religious or social groups while maintaining the exclusion of subjugated other social group in the public arena. How do you assess the specific material and social conditions that cause or causing the rise of Islamophobia, whether that in France today or broadly in the neoliberal context? And that's a question for any one of you or all of you.
Well, if I could start very briefly, I think all the social conditions are to some extent different, but they also have a lot of similarities with them. What I sort of abbreviated as the shift to the post-Western, I think affects different countries and in different ways. In the kind of white supremacist countries, inheritance of white supremacy, there is a certain kind of nostalgia and there's a certain kind of sense of loss of privilege, which I think plays itself out through this idea of who is to blame for this. And that's, I think, the post-imperial nations like Britain, France, the Netherlands, some extent Belgium, all of them have an element of that kind of thing to explain you can see that in the kind of visceral anger at Turkey being impertinent enough to challenge French global designs in the world, or why aren't they not playing their part? So I think there's an element of that in which there is this idea that, you know, that the post-Western, what does it mean for those who are considered to be the main architects and articulators of Westernness in the world? So I think there's one element of that. And that plays itself out in different ways. If you look at, for example, in India and China and Burma, the idea, there is a question of a restoration before colonialism to their former glory. And the idea that that restoration or that future is being delayed or prevented is to do with the presence of Muslims, or Muslimness in a way acts as a brake on that future, where they would become a major player in this world. So I think while the social conditions are not sort of, you can't read off them as saying this is economic decline and this is economic growth, etc. But there is more a kind of the way that these different social transformations are interpreted through the kind of Islamophobic imagery to actually explain the challenges that the transition to a different world occasions. The post-Western is not just a geopolitical phenomenon. If you accept the argument that our very tools, our very epistemology was locked into the construction of the West, the fact that two of us here, or three of us, well, 2.5 of us, labor under the label of sociology as sociologists, and there's one of us who probably labors under the label of anthropology. And now, if we were sitting down developing these fields together for the first time, I don't think we would be saying that anthropology and sociology need to have two disciplines. And I'm sure Nadia may not agree with me on this, but let's pretend that he does. So that's good. But Jean, sure. But so you can say that, you know, me, Jean, and Nadia would all be quite happy to have one thing. The reason why there's sociology and there's anthropology is to preserve the divide between Europeanness and non-Europeanness, between primitive, between modern, etc. We all know this. So in a sense, they're so ingrained in it. To think the post-Western means to think the difference in our conceptual categories of the way of understanding the world and thinking anew. And that's a challenge in a way. And I think part of that is to do with the way that different conditions are being read, that there is no way of knowing what should the new future be. And that, I think, is part of the way you explain that kind of anxiety. That's my take on it anyway.
just to kind of jump in, and I completely agree with everything that was said. I think we have to also think about this in the context of white supremacy. Specifically, we're talking about France. And related to that, I think we have to move away from thinking about this period as a post-colonial period, and instead thinking about this as a neo-colonial period, right? And so I'm currently doing ethnographic work on state violence and police violence against racial and ethnic minorities in France. And it's very clear that the same sort of patterns and practices of policing in the metropole are exactly the same as, what was in, the colonial rule of Morocco or Algeria or Senegal, or et cetera, right? And so I think when we sort of, move away from these very kind of neat demarcations of time, it becomes very clear that these colonial logics have actually not gone away and have not sufficiently been reckoned with.
There's a question from Farzana about with the recent incident with the Muslim prayer apps like Muslim Pro and Muslim dating apps that sold location data to US government. What advice and precaution would you suggest to Muslims that use similar apps worldwide? Again, now we're in the realm of giving advice on app. Again,
some dating apps.
Dating apps.
The mufti for that.
So maybe we'll have the Islamophobia dating app, at least.
Islamophobia dating app. If you're going to have a dating app, have an Islamophobic one. That's our advice.
Well, we have already an Islamophobia reporting app. I don't know how many of our, what you call, intelligence services are filing reports on themselves. But again, this whole, maybe it's the whole notion of governing the Muslim subject, and then it builds on the idea of Islamophobia being constitutive of the construction of the Occidental and post-modernity. And then Jean, in terms of your ethnographic work, whether the Muslims in there, they need to integrate. And you could actually also reflect it here in the United States. Are Black Americans Americans? Because at least in relations to how they're treated, for sure they're not Americans, because you would not need a civil rights bill if you are an American. And we have been having civil rights bill at least from the beginning of the country, and that's why we have so many amendments, and we still need constitutional intervention and civil rights. We're still having suppressing votes and making it difficult. So this whole notions of how we deal with whether integration, Islamophobia, and the monitoring, because if you could take racism as governing the body, space, and time of targeted communities, then definitely Muslims, as well as minorities in the global north, as well as in the post-colonial South, are subject to this massive structure of control. So, this is comment, but it will also reflecting on some of the questions in there.
I think,
Dr. Hatem, if I may chime in. Sorry.
Yes, but let them answer, and then I'll get you Hamza in.
Thank you.
I was just gonna say, I agree with that. I think what's crucial is to think more globally about how surveillance works for all racialized populations, and then therefore thinking about how technology is just one of another means of surveilling already hyper-surveilled communities. And so I think your reference to Black Americans is very apt, but we can also think about, just Muslims in the United States writ large, regardless of racial and ethnic categorization, right? The ways in which they're continually surveilled, continually kept outside of mainstream American society. I think it's helpful to think about that in a global perspective as well. Yeah.
I think what I think is also interesting in what Jean says, there are, and also in your comment, Hatem, to think about these different racial regimes, right? And also the infrastructures of race. And I think that's I think what's interesting that comes up in these different comments, whether it's the Muslim Pro app, or radicalization and the whole public policies, the prevent and so on. All of that is an infrastructure, right? An infrastructure of racialization and of race. And I think it will be interesting to actually try to think more constructively about the intersection of these different infrastructures, whether it's police violence, and police is of course also an important infrastructure of the state and of the colonial state, right? Historically has always been and continues to be in the regulation of specific neighborhoods, the deployment of the police in specific neighborhoods more than in others, the way they also behave towards the citizens. So I think one of the interesting underlying themes that I see occurring is to really try to think more systematically, and of course that's the work that, I mean, me coming from I mean, with my training, I have not been trained. I've been trained to think about people, not about techniques and about instruments. Well, actually, these instruments are you could say growing more important, or having more and more important to define social spaces and to define people, especially now that we've moved also during this pandemic to the online world, right? And everything happens through a digitalized mode, and we will soon probably need to show certificates. I mean, we already have the apps, the Corona apps that help us to identify. Will there soon be other types of biopolitical apps that allow us to circulate in a particular way? So I think, I mean, this calls for trying to attend more and also to think about these intersections. And I think that's why the work of Jean is so important, also to do this kind of transatlantic kind of conversations, right? To think about anti-Blackness in the US and anti-Muslimness in continental Europe, where the Black body and the Muslim body in Europe, I mean, to a certain extent are the biopolitical linchpin of regulation, right? That's where it all comes together to a certain extent, and where otherness and also the violence and the experimentations come together. So I think, yeah, that's of course another aspect. I think Hamza wanted to say something.
Hamza, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No, I'm sorry because I'm going to go a little backwards, and because I was very struck with the last extensions about social sciences and Islamophobia, and also with what Nadia Fadil said in her presentation about radicalization being viewed as processes, and how this is very entangled with what we can currently see in France and in other countries about Islamophobia. It makes me think of this characterization of radicalization as social sciences. It is true that at least in France we have very strong involvement of social sciences in the struggle against radicalization, but also we have another kind of let's say knowledge, which is the very conspirationist one. The idea that of course Muslims are everywhere, that there are Muslims who are hiding themselves, and so on. And it makes me think of the facts that we know in the philosophy of sciences and so on, that sociology and social sciences are, let's say, cousins to conspirations thought. They are born in the same time, in the 19th century, and some, for instance, some very famous anti-Semites were thinking of themselves as the best sociologists. I'm thinking of Edouard Drumont, for instance, whose aim was to know which families, which Jewish families were, having a hegemony on France at the time. He was thinking of himself as the best sociologist, and so it seems to me that we have in the
We lost you, Hamza.
Come back to us, Hamza.
Are you still there, Hamza? No? Okay, go ahead, Salman.
No, just something that occurred to me while Hamza was talking about the social sciences and the humanities and their role in both perpetuating racism and white supremacy in general, but also providing possibilities of counteracting white supremacy, racism, and Islamophobia. And I think linked to that is the, Hatem, you probably want to say something about this, but it's generally been we've been trying to set up a international learned organization for looking at Islamophobia studies as an international sort of learned society. And again, I would sort of encourage people to become participants in that, because part of it is to create these kind of common networks of both thinking and talking and reflecting and writing on these topics, and to give them the seriousness which is often denied, or they are ghettoized or marginalized in the way that they're received in the academy. So I think that this is something that's really, really important, and it's kind of building on a infrastructure of alternative possibilities to a kind of different kind of social science, perhaps a social science that may want to be more invested in emancipation and liberation rather than surveillance and de-radicalization through the acts of surveillance and regulation. I don't know, Hamza, if you want to say something. Oh, sorry, Hamza.
Are you back, Hamza, with us?
Say something. Sorry?
Or did we lose him? He's still not back.
No, he's
But,
gone.
yeah.
So
just following up on Salman, in the conclusion of last year International Islamophobia Conference at Berkeley, we actually announced the formation of the International Islamophobia Studies and Research Association. And we are still in the construction process. We just filed the tax requirements and the legal papers. And hopefully our April conference will be held under the banner of the International Islamophobia Studies and Research Association, which will be termed ISRA, which is also have an Arabic terminology to it, so it fits. And this is in essence to give the academic field as well as the researchers a way for us to continue to build this research. As you know, there's some who say that Islamophobia does not exist, or that the field does not exist, or there's a figment of somebody's imagination. So this is in essence to create this body and to bring the scholars together, which we continue to do that at Berkeley for the past 11th year. So this will be the 12th year, but we will be shifting toward the ISRA, International Islamophobia Studies and Research Association. Salman's from Leeds is involved, Munir Jiwa from GTU Center for Islamic Studies, Jasmine Zain from Toronto, Canada, and a few others. And definitely we think of all of you as co-participants in trying to bring this body into existence. So hopefully more information will be coming, and we will share the details with you in order for us to bring both our scholarship as well as to promote solid work, because we have really over 30 years of intellectual production, and this is also building on works of others, it was Sayyid's and other contributors, in order for us to reshape the field of Islamophobia studies. So that's where we are. So wanted to make this announcement as we get to conclude this panel and move into the next panel. So if you have any comments, Salman, Nadia, Jean, just to conclude our panel, and then maybe take a short break before the next panel.
Can I just say very quickly, and I won't be late.
Go ahead.
One of the issues that we've already talked about is this kind of lack of space for certain types of scholarship which around Muslimness or because of Islamophobia. And we're finding that in different jurisdictions, etc. There's this famous poem, Edward Said wrote a book called After the Last Sky, Where Do You Fly to After the Last Sky? And there's a kind of almost a kind of issue about the Palestinianization of Muslimness, in a sense that there's a constant kind of shrinking of critical spaces around that. The fact that we're actually able to have this conference relatively uninterrupted is partly because we're doing it virtually rather in location, where all the challenges of dealing with the French state about even something that they believe so desperately in. So I think the idea of having an international association does two things. It plays within the academy because it allows us to be linked internationally rather than simply in national spaces, which may be quite constrained. And often we find ourselves that we may be the only scholar working on these areas in different places because everyone else is around us. So there's also that kind of the politics of the local educational environment, plus the kind of national framework, etc. The other thing is that if you are kind of connected internationally, it always acts as a kind of point of leverage in like local understandings and things like that, that, you know, you get certain kind of, oh, this is an international scholarly movement, and university administrators have a different way of looking at those things rather than just singly. And I think this is part of that kind of process that if we want to talk seriously if we recognize that Islamophobia is a coordinated or it has a strategic coherence, if not necessarily coordination, then I think it's important for us to have a certain coherence in the way that we study it, in a way that we can actually understand it, and also ultimately to challenge some of its consequences, etc. So I see this as a really important infrastructural development that helps both to legitimate a field of study, that in doing so makes possible certain kinds and speeds up certain circuits of understanding and articulation and expression, which could be really, really helpful. So that's why I really think it's important that we make the effort to invest in this and to think of this as a major tool for doing anti-Islamophobia work.
Okay, great. Munir, you have 30 seconds and then we'll conclude this panel and give everybody some break.
Thank you everyone for really the brilliant presentations. And I just wanted to pick up on Professor Jean and Sadiq's points about ethno-nationalism and white supremacy in the midst of all this. So Salman, in your work around looking at this transnationally, how ethno-nationalism and white supremacy and the complicity of Muslim majority countries in enabling and advancing Islamophobia are all part of this, part of what I'm thinking about in terms of this transnationality, right? One of the areas we haven't really spoken about is the Muslim majority countries' complicity in this. So it's just a comment. I'm sure we'll continue this. And Nadia, I will absolutely follow up on a really, really brilliant presentation on, of course, incitable speech. And as anthropologists, there are some overlaps, but I want to break away, as someone said, from those academic boundaries as well. So thank you.
So with this, let's conclude our panel. Let me thank Professor Salman Sayyid, Professor Jean Beaman, and Professor Nadia Fadil. If I could direct you to the screen, please pick the books, recommend you the books, recommend the literature. This is very important for us to share sound research. This is a commitment that we have from our work that we want to highlight, promote, and really get the research and the work that our colleagues, friends, and partners undertake, because it's really a labor of co-producing the material in order for us to examine the issue of Islamophobia, race, racism, and also think of decolonial thoughts from the various vantage points, because not single individual will be able to undo it, but collectively we could make a difference. So thank you all for being with us. We'll take 10 minutes break until 11 o'clock California time and come back. So you just turn your camera and microphone off, get some coffee or high tea for those on the other side of the Atlantic, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
I think we're going to start in 1 minute. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Alaikum salam. Are we like public now, or is this like still
it is
off
public.
the records?
It is public.
It is public.
Yeah, we're just taking a break for 1 more minute and then we will get going.
All right.
I don't see one of the speakers, Anas. Is Anas with us today?
He was, he said he will be, so he's linking up from Turkey.
That's okay.
And Amina is with us, so let me quickly introduce the panel and we will get going. So we'll come back, everyone, and hopefully you're still with us. This is the 4th panel for today, and I'm going to turn the chairwomanship for this panel to my dear colleague and friend, Professor Ahlam Muhtasib, professor in Communication Studies and Director, Center for, actually the name of the center changed, Director, Center for the Study of Muslim and Arab Worlds, California State University, San Bernardino, which is down the south. So Professor Ahlam, it's a pleasure to have you with us, and it's you take it and for this panel, and I'll try to get Anas to join us if he does in between now and the start of the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Bazian, for the introduction. Yes, we did decolonize our the name of our center back actually in October, so we are proud of our new name actually. And thank you for having me with this amazing lineup. Everyone, Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to the 4th panel of the 7th annual Paris Islamophobia conference. Since Dr. Bazian introduced me, I'm just gonna start with the land acknowledgement. So I will do my land acknowledgement. I acknowledge that I live on the unceded indigenous homeland of the Pechanga Louisiano First Nation in Riverside, and that I work on the unceded indigenous homeland of the Serrano-Yucatecan First Nation in San Bernardino. Today we have 4 timely and important presentations.
Ahlam, just if I may, I just got the text from Anas. He's in the hospital. He says nothing serious, but I have to stay at the hospital another 3 hours.
Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah,
that's
so
fine. I'm just gonna mention his names because
yeah, so just to update you.
All right. Well, I hope that Anas would feel soon better. Probably he will not be able to join us, I guess, but we hope he feels better soon.
Yeah.
So in this case, we were supposed to have 4 timely and important presentations by 4 distinguished speakers who are Amina Estad-Das, who's a lecturer of politics at De Montfort University in Leicester. Anas Berkeley, who's in the hospital, unfortunately, from the Department of Political Science at the Turkish German University. Farid Hafiz, who's a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Political Science at the University of Salzburg in Austria and IRDP affiliated faculty. And Yasser Louti, head of the Justice and Liberties for All Committee and host of the podcast Lou Breakdown. I'm going to introduce each one of them in details, more details actually when each presentation is up. But for now, I just wanted to briefly introduce the speakers. I would like to ask everyone in the audience also to leave any comments in the chat, but any questions, please to leave them in the Q&A so it's easier for me to collect all the questions at the end. For the speakers, we will have each present 15 to 20 minutes. Well, probably we have a little bit more time now, but around that time framework, if you need more time, I guess a few more minutes, it should be fine. So without further ado, I guess I'm going to start with the first presentation, which is titled Muslim Women's Political Participation in France, Disciplining Gendered Muslimness and Shrinking Spaces by Amina Issad-Das. Her research expertise primarily lies within the areas of Islamophobia studies and especially its gender dimensions. Within her role at the University of Leeds, she is responsible for managing diverse aspects of the Counter-Islamophobia Kit project. The project brings together academic partners from the UK, Belgium, France, Germany, Portugal, Greece, Hungary, and the Czech Republic, and the non-academic partner, the IHRC in London. Very briefly, the project documents dominant Islamophobic narratives in each of these cases and also details effective counter-narratives to Islamophobia employed in each of the aforementioned contexts, respectively. The project, which is due to be completed by December 2018, I guess now it's completed, seeks to compile an actionable counter-Islamophobia toolkit directed at policymakers, politicians, activists, and media professionals, among others. So please, it's all yours.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and thank you for the invitation as well, Professor Hatem. It's an honor and a privilege to be here among such distinguished speakers. Yeah, that was definitely me prior. Personally, now at the moment, I work at the De Montfort University, which is in Leicester in the United Kingdom. I'm a lecturer in politics, and I look within my domain as a political scientist, I look at Muslim women's political participation, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that today in light of a book that I've just had published entitled Muslim Women's Political Participation in France and Belgium, which is a comparative political study of women and their experiences in the two cases. I wanted to draw a little bit about the French case in particular and orient this in relation to some of the current developments that are currently existing within France. So the book is based on, the book here, which was on the previous slide, is based on empirical work, but obviously it's theoretically rooted. A lot of my rationale for including an empirical element within my work was largely due to the silencing of Muslim women's voices, both in the political and legal debates, but also within academia, in French studies in particular, where a lot of this sits. So I conducted interviews with women who self-identified as Muslim, but also they participated in a wide range of political participation. Amongst my interviewees, there were senators, MEPs, members of the European Parliament, local and regional councillors, but also individuals involved in grassroots organisations. This is something I'll expand upon a little later. Women involved in trade union activism, among other types and forms of political participation. So the study was conducted across two countries, France and Belgium. So in Belgium, interviewees were comparatively incredibly forthcoming, and I had a skew within the data set. There were more interviewees from the Belgian case than there were in the French case. And part of this, I feel already, if we think about some of the methodological issues that I encountered in conducting this research, it really highlights some of the issues that are at play in terms of France, French politics, and also French Muslim representation within the political arena. I had responses from individuals who were publicly identified as Muslim by external external commentators. When I asked them to participate in the research, they said, in spite of the ethical concerns and considerations that I'd taken, they said that they couldn't publicly identify as a Muslim participating in French politics. And this, I think, really underlines this, personally, I perceive to be a very flawed, sort of colorblind based approach that France has, the refusal to accept and record religious differences, ethnic differences, studies of sorry, I'm just got a comment asking me to use a headset. I'm just going to pop my my headphones in. Give me a moment. Sorry. Bear with me. So we have this colorblind approach that refuses to acknowledge ethnic and religious differences within France within larger reporting and monitoring. This does not mean, in spite of the fact that we refuse to acknowledge these differences, that there aren't prejudices occurring, as the current state of affairs would show us. But also, I think it highlights the refusal of acceptance of hybridity of identities in France. One of my interviewees said to me, to participate and to be a Muslim woman within French politics, one had to be more royal than the king. And I think this really underlines the numerous cleavages that exist within French political participation along socioeconomic lines, but ethnic lines, and also in gendered lines also. If we think about the pushback that existed around the implementation of gender parity legislation on list-based elections, there was significant pushback. The idea then becomes that to exist within French politics, one must be socioeconomically privileged, one must also be white, one must be male to effectively succeed. And I think the importance of this is really that the political representation not only represents the individuals, but it sets up and frames political discourse that is then legitimated and fed wider into the public opinion, but also the media channels. And then we have this cyclical pattern. And legislation, which is particularly pertinent within France. I would argue that those differences, the lack of acknowledgement of differences, is most keenly felt by Muslim women who seek to participate in politics in France. And I think intersectionality, sort of, which comes from Black feminist thought, has been particularly useful for me in understanding the multiple structural inequalities that Muslim women will face in France, those differential lines that they'll face. That essentially limit their existence within both French politics, but also wider French society, that lack of voice that I talked about earlier. So the book is divided into 3 major sections to really understand and analyze the nature of Muslim women's political participation. Excuse me. So I began by looking at the factors that motivate Muslim women to participate in politics. I continued to look at the opportunities that they encounter. And then I concluded with an analysis of the barriers and the limitations that they faced. So in terms of opportunities to participate in French politics, Muslim women that I interviewed expressed a diverse range of motivations, as we would expect to see amongst any group of politically active member within society. A lot of them talked about their Frenchness and their French citizenship as being a key motivating factor. And for me, this highlighted the way in which these women were incredibly French. They weren't outsiders, as the popular discourse would have us believe. They were very much part and parcel of it. And I think for me, this recalls Jean's contribution earlier, Professor Jean's contribution around this incompleteness, that in spite of being motivated by French values, and I say that in inverted commas because that has been weaponized heavily at the moment, we still see this lack of acceptance that these Muslim women could see these values as part and parcel of themselves. But in conjunction with all of that, women also expressed that Islam and particularly concepts around social justice in Islam were particularly influential in terms of motivating their political participation. I think back to one of the interviews that I conducted. The interviewee talked about Islam as being a motivating factor in her politics, the desire to do good, and this came from her religious theological understanding. She gestured that if she expressed this publicly, it would be the end of her political career. She would be killed. And I think this really highlights the lack of willing within French society, but also more globally, to understand and accept that ideals that exist within Islam are very much part of the wider, broader society. There isn't this antithesis between Islamic values and French values, or whichever type of values you want to talk about. They're really, they exist, they coexist for many individuals. And for a lot of the Muslim women, when I look at the political literature, we talk about issue publics or threat of a loss of services as political motivating factors. For Muslim women, there was a lot of diversity, and I felt that this was really important to highlight. In terms of the motivations to participate, in terms of the opportunities to participate in politics, these I found were heavily interlinked with the barriers that Muslim women faced in French politics. And they were on the base level shaped by the political opportunity structures that exist in France. So in France, we have a majoritarian system, which any majoritarian system, as opposed to a proportional
system doesn't give rise to diversity. And this was felt by Muslim women, as well as, I would imagine, broader segments of marginalized communities within France. The general political culture, and I mentioned around the backlash to gender parity measures, we have this culture of sexism, racism, even misogyny. People who are familiar with the DSK, the Dominique Strauss-Kahn affair, about 10 years ago now, accused of rape. We have this kind of culture of misogyny that we see, but also ageism, class-based discrimination, these intersecting marginalities. But Muslim women largely characterized the nature and the opportunities for their political participation as being associative. They were very much grassroots based. There was no space for them within formal politics. And I think this, for me, recalls the way in which Islamophobia in France isn't exclusive to the far right, definitely, and in the way in which Islamophobia as a whole is a lot more banalized and normalized within politics. It's something that exists in the right, and looking at the case of Macron at the moment, we see it's something that exists within in France. We have this tradition of liberal left-wing Islamophobia. And I'm sure we can talk about that later. So there was very much grassroots associative engagement. And if I'll talk about that in relation to the calls for dissolution of Muslim-led and Muslim-centered organizations a little bit later. In terms of the barriers that Muslim women who wanted to participate in French politics, who participated in French politics faced, personally, these were overwhelming. These were incredibly numerous. These were incredibly diverse. They faced gendered barriers, barriers related to ethnic difference, socioeconomic difference. But specifically, and most importantly, they were very much linked to their Muslimness. And I found that Muslim women who were visibly Muslim tended to report a greater number of barriers, and even those who weren't noted and identified that those who would be excluded would be those who are visibly outwardly Muslim.
Farid, please mute your mic, Farid. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. And some of the legislation, if we think about that, but also the general public commentary, discourse, public discourse around Muslim women's visibility really underlines why the respondents felt this way. So we might think about the Loi Stasi, which was implemented in 2004, which prohibits ostentatious faith symbols. Essentially read that as young girls who wore hijab. Incidentally, there were a small community of Sikhs, visible Sikhs, who were baptized, who wore the turban, who were affected by this. But I would argue, and a lot of the literature indicates that these were collateral. It wasn't really considered that they even existed within France. We have laws such as the 2010 Loi anti-niqab, which is commonly described, which is the anti-face veil law against covering one's face. There's a wider culture of affairs which really date back to 1989, where we have the schoolgirls in France. Before all of that, I would argue it's a colonial legacy. I'm minded to think of the colonial posters, the dévoilez-vous, unveil yourself, are you not beautiful, that existed, and the kind of unveiling ceremonies that existed around French colonial occupation of the Maghreb region. Really, the barriers that Muslim women encountered in participating in French politics underline the way in which Muslim women's bodies in particular are very much the battleground in French society. The battles that are played out, this imaginary clash of civilizations, is played out on Muslim women's bodies often in France, and arguably beyond. I think in the UK, we have similar stories to report. Austria, I'm sure we'll hear, there'll be similar examples. In terms of this notion of shrinking spaces, really want to talk about what's going on at the moment. So in an already hostile environment with limited opportunities for Muslim women to participate in politics, but also Muslims to exist within French society, the current climate, I argue, constitutes an ever-shrinking space for Muslimness in France. Darmanin and Macron's comments in particular, which are framed within the separatism and security bills, are really contradictory with French law and French values. Again, I'll inverted commas for that. We have the 1901 law, which ensures freedom of association. So where women weren't getting opportunities to participate in formal politics or trade union activism, for example, they were able to engage on an associative level because they had this freedom of association law, which existed for the wider population, but it created a space for Muslim women to become engaged, Muslims more generally. The dissolution, or the calls for dissolution, contradict this law. So we've had calls for the dissolution of Muslim-led, Muslim-centered human rights organizations, humanitarian organizations. Notable examples include Baraka City, but also the CCIF. I want to talk a little bit more about the latter. So CCIF, in my own fieldwork, I found was a space for Muslim women to become engaged, but also a channel through which they could document their experiences, but also find legal support. And I would argue that the call for dissolution of the CCIF constitutes a shrinkage or a crackdown on defining Islamophobia in France, documenting Islamophobia in France, and challenging along legal lines Islamophobia in France. And the project that you mentioned prior to my contribution, Hatem, we looked at some of these sorts of challenges, and these were some of the key strategies and different modes around challenging Islamophobia. And this call for dissolution of the CCIF really cracks down on these possibilities. They target Muslimness and they target gendered Muslimness. And it continues this hostile Islamophobic environment in France. And I would argue it's something that continues the French colonial project, the Mission Civilisatrice project. It limits space for Muslim engagement within the French sphere, but it also highlights the contradictions, both on a legal basis in France, but also these ideals, the ideals of liberté, égalité, fraternité, they don't apply to Muslims. And I recently wrote an op-ed around all of that. And I think this is a clear example of all of that, even before we start to consider crackdowns on media professionals, academics, crackdowns or debates, hysteria, arguably, around ritual slaughter, halal in particular. It really indicates the banalization, but also the globalization. These narratives are going to be picked up, as we've seen with things like the burkini scandal, whereby French Muslim women were forced by the police even to strip on beaches. They were replicated in countries like the Czech Republic, where there is hardly a Muslim population. We had the same sort of hysteria being replicated. And I think that this, unfortunately, risks being globalized even further. And I think at the moment, the situation is particularly disheartening. But when I come back to the kind of fieldwork that I did, and I think back to the kind of resilience that I encountered amongst French Muslim women, but also French Muslims more broadly, to counter and to be engaged within the broader anti-racist struggle and orient the counter-Islamophobia struggle within this family of anti-racisms, I see that there is potential hope. There are potentials for, and I think I recall, I come back to Professor Sayyid's point around a Muslim political subjectivity. There is a potential for all of this in terms of what I've encountered in France. Regrettably, it is constantly being trodden upon, it's constantly being stamped down, but I think from my experience in the field, there is hope in all of this, and there are people who are fighting against all of this, Muslims and non-Muslims alike, within France. And thank you ever so much for taking the time to listen to me. I welcome any questions at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Amina, for this very enriching and stimulating presentation. Sorry, I forgot to put on my camera. All right, so I guess, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to listen to our second speaker, Anas Bayrakli, because he is hospitalized and we wish him speedy recovery, but his talk would have been titled Turkish Muslim Population in France, History and the Islamophobia Challenge. So I have to move to the third presentation, titled Disciplining Muslims, Creating the Good Muslim in Austria. It's by Farid Hafez, a lecturer and researcher in the Department of Political Science at the University of Salzburg in Austria, and IRDP affiliated faculty. Hafez has a PhD in political science from the University of Vienna. He is a political scientist and non-resident senior researcher at Georgetown University's The Bridge Initiative at the School of Foreign Services. He defended his habilitation thesis on Islam politics in the Second Republic of Austria at the University of Salzburg in 2019. In 2017, he was a Fulbright visiting scholar at the University of California, Berkeley, and in 2014, he was a visiting scholar at Columbia University in New York. Since 2010, he has been the editor of Islamophobia Studies Yearbook, and since 2016, the co-editor of European Islamophobia Report. Hafiz has received the Bruno Kreisky Award for the Political Book of the Year for his anthology Islamophobia in Austria, co-edited with John Bonzel. He has more than 100 publications in leading journals such as Politics and Religions, Patterns of Prejudice, and German Politics and Society. So thank you so much. Please, it's all yours now.
All right, thank you, Professor Ahlam Muhtasib, for the introduction. Colleagues here. All right, so I'll talk about Austria. Before I be specific about this Austrian case, let me be very general and try to introduce what I mean when I talk about Islamophobia. So for me, Islamophobia, the way I see it, is another form of epistemic racism, where Islam is excluded and denigrated and perceived as antithetic to the modern secular tradition or the dominant West. So this very decolonial approach, I also introduce and want to draw on Talal Asad's Formations of the Secular, where he showed how Muslims in Europe are both present and absent from what is perceived to be the secular Europe. Present on one side because of Muslim immigration to the European continent, their subsequent place in the European public life and work, education, media, etc. And absent on the other side because Muslims are perceived as carrying values that contradict those of the European sacrosanct principle, namely the subordination of the divine authority by the worldly power, so to say, what is perceived as being secularism. So in this regard, Talal Asad says, Muslims may be in Europe, but are not of it. Relating this observation to the decolonial research on Islamophobia, this is a reflection of the North-South divide and the respective coloniality of power that shapes the dominant global epistemic hierarchy, not only in Europe, but on a global scale. And it is a global colonial expansion and its colonial heritage of classifying people, placing them into hierarchies, and differentiating between them. So while Islamophobia or anti-Muslim racism unfolds in different ways in different contexts, I would rather like to stress, and this is my argument here, that there is an essential trait shared over many places and times. So Islamophobia, if understood as a global phenomenon rooted in the concurrent development of a global world system that is not only based on the prevailing capitalist system, but also on white privilege on a global scale, then Islamophobia basically extends an old formation in a new context. And what I would call here the religion line becomes again central as a marker of difference for racist exclusion, see for instance the Muslim ban in the United States, or for oppression, if you look at, for instance, the re-education camps in Xinjiang in Western China. So now on a global scale, especially with the end of the Cold War era and the subsequent securitization of Islam, especially with the introduction of so-called countering violent extremism projects, Muslimness became a vulnerable identity to be used by the dominant powers to silence political opposition. So this is one of my main arguments in my presentation here. So I argue that with the post-colonial order came a Western-centric anti-Islamic vision of modernity and secularity that basically positioned Muslim agency at the periphery of society. And I draw here on Salman Sayyid, who just spoke in the panel before, who argues that at the heart of Islamophobia is the attempt to deny Muslims any agency on the epistemological foundations of Islam, while I want to add here, at the same time, Islam is used by state agencies as well as the opposition to claim and negate authority. So anti-Muslim racism does not operate only on this binary of Islam versus the good West or European modernity, as very early definitions of Islamophobia suggested. I would argue it also operates on the binary of, on one side, a domesticated, civilized, good Islam versus, on the other side, an independent, barbarian, bad Islam. And independent in terms of its political agency. So Islamophobia is based on an attempt basically to discipline Muslims. And disciplining here, I use it in the Foucauldian meaning to describe technologies that create politically obedient subjects with the ultimate aim of power. So there is a range of knowledge-power relations produced by those in power, including the state agencies like secret services, but also academia and their technologies of creating what I call the figure or the good Muslim. So in Europe today, we can observe that many ministries of interior try to manage Islam, to structure Islam, and to discipline Muslims. And there is a set of actions and injunctions going back to colonial times in dealing with the other, including discourses on security, control, integration, assimilation, domestication, ownership, differentiation between bad and good citizens, and so on and so forth. So as a result, the organization of national Islam, which we see at the heart of so many so-called integration policies by the ministries of interior in many European nation states, this organization of a national Islam aims not only at the establishment of an official Muslim representation, which is very often called the so-called state mosque approach, it also aims at the subordination of one specific religion under the domination of the state, which I would call here the post-colonial approach. And in this asymmetrical relation of power, the state tries to shape the form as well as the content of the religion of Islam by imposing its own agenda from top down. So we can see this with the institutionalization, for instance, of Islamic theology in different European countries, at state universities, mainly in those countries where you have a very strong church-state relation. But we can also see it in public discourse, where the good Muslims defend discriminatory state policies against Muslims on behalf of those in power. So many of these measures taken to regulate Islam-state relations reveal basically an approach that on one side attempts to give Islam a place in their society, while on the other side, it clearly refers to a stereotypical imagination of the Muslim where the notion of Europe stands for enlightenment, modernity, and progressiveness, while Islam and Muslims represent the opposite. So what we can observe here is a notion of civilizing Islam that goes back to colonial times and introduces a division between the good and the bad Muslim. The good Muslim submits to the forces of power, and not only in its legal rules, but also in its imagined hegemonic culture. And the bad Muslim remains the uncivilized, barbaric, alien Muslim, prone to extremisms or super fanaticism, and who is incapable of fitting into modernity and the national or supranational community. So very often, the states legitimize their interference based on this implicitly reproduced imagination of the bad Muslim in order to civilize Muslim subjects. Something which reminds us of the white man's burden as we know it from colonial times. So now let me connect what I've just said about Islamophobia and security politics in European nation states to the current politics in Austria, which is at the topic of my presentation. So maybe some of you who yesterday also witnessed and have listened to the presentations, many presenters have already mentioned that there is currently a debate going on in Austria making political Islam a criminal offense. Obviously, many people in the public square do not make any difference between various manifestations of what has been called political Islam in the academic literature. So Islamism, jihadism, or the Protestant notion of fundamentalism are all subsumed under this umbrella terminology of political Islam. Hence, in my view, it is not really that useful because these are all very different phenomena. If one talks, let's say, about ISIS, Daesh, or the Tablighi Jamaat, or Milli-Görüş, right? Like all of them, in a way, movements that claim to represent Islam, but in very different ways. So therefore, let me just turn to a report that was published last year. And actually, it was the first time in the history of the Secret Service in Austria, the so-called Office for the Protection of the Constitution and the Fight Against Terrorism. I'll just call it Secret Service, but that's like the literal name of it. It was the first time last year that the Secret Service in its annual report mentioned this notion of political Islam. In the past, this report used terms such as Islamism and jihadism in its annual reports. Last year, it used this highly politicized notion of political Islam for the first and actually the only time since its inception around 20 years ago. So the report speaks of what he calls non-violent Islamic movements. And I think that is also an important aspect here because we see an expansion basically of this notion of violent extremism, countering violent extremism, expanding it to countering non-violent extremism. According to the report, while these movements denounce the democratic constitutional state, they cooperate with political parties, associations, NGOs to have social and political impact. So this could lead, according to the report, quote unquote, to a strategic infiltration with the aim of shaping and regulating the society according to social beliefs of the caliphate and Sharia, end quote. So while there is no evidence for this claim, and in a way it sounds more like an example of blatant Islamophobic conspiracy theory, that's what is in this agency's report. And I think it is important also to mention that this year's report of 2020, it did not use this kind of language anymore. Nevertheless, the annual report in 2019 goes even further. The argument is that Islamists use education, social welfare, services, organization of cultural life to create what they call a counter society, a notion which I would compare with the French notion of Islamist separatism, which has been discussed already yesterday and today for the French case. So the goal, according to the report, is to prevent what they call literally assimilation, which then becomes the very goal of the Secret Service itself. Well, what I think is so interesting here, I mean, people know, like in everyday language, integration is basically a euphemism for assimilation. But there is one important point here. Never has any state agency made this so explicit in an official document. In saying this, the Secret Service clearly goes beyond its own scope, which is taking care of the security of the society, discussing not only security threats, but also laying down a social agenda. And I think that's highly problematic, because this is not anymore a characteristic of a democratic society when the Secret Service starts thinking about how to shape society. So while it alleges Islamists have an agenda for creating an alternative society, I would argue it appears that this state agency itself follows a clear agenda of making Muslims invisible. So in the same annual report of 2019, the Secret Service, for the first time in the history of its institution, argued that the Islamic religious community, which is a legal body representing Muslims in Austria, like due to the state-church relation, it's like a legally recognized body, not only an association, but a privileged church, so to say. It became a place, so argues the Secret Service, a place for Islamists and the services of this community, which was supported by the state even, like religious education in public schools, training of religious teachers, chaplaincy in prisons and hospitals. They now became defined as being in the scope of Islamists. So all of these services had been implemented with the help of the state, partly even funded with state funds. And I think this paradigm shift that we can observe here clearly shows that there are certain aspects of the Islamic community's primary scopes that are now defined as being an Islamist threat, and that turns the partner to an enemy. But political Islam also includes very common Muslim practice. And I now will use another example here. When the far-right coalition was governing in 2019, it introduced a hijab ban in primary schools, which was just overturned yesterday, actually, by the Constitutional Court in Austria. But back then, the far-right education spokesman said that this legislation was, quote unquote, a signal against political Islam. So basically, the hijab is a signal of political Islam. And I think that shows you like what kind of notion of political Islam there exists within those agencies who think that they are in charge of regulating this so-called political Islam. So to sum up, we can see that the good Muslim is basically the one who fully assimilates in cultural, social, and institutional terms. What this means is that Muslims do not have their own institutions like other religious minorities, let's say kindergartens and private schools in the field of education. And if the Secret Service speaks of non-violent Islamic movements, which follow a strategic infiltration, as it says, and it also cooperates with other social actors, then the idea of taqiyya, a subversive strategy to change the society from within, it can basically be used against any Muslim actor. So as one academic voice of the government wrote just 3 days ago in an op-ed, let me quote this: "The Islamists talk about democracy, diversity, tolerance, and integration, show up in suits with university degrees, make demands, are outwardly critical and self-reflective, only to inwardly promote an understanding of Islam that rejects precisely all these qualities," end quote. So in a way, this makes even the figure of the good Muslim a very fragile one, because once any successful Muslim may become too influential, he might be confronted with exactly these allegations. But most importantly, the figure of the good Muslim represents the Muslim that has no independent agency, does not think, act, and create for him or herself. In other words, it is the attempt to deny Muslims any independent agency, as well as any deviant identity, as we have seen with the hijab ban, which was again overruled by the Constitutional Court in Austria yesterday. But I think this is like the understanding that is the basis of these kinds of policies. So I think I'll stop here and thank you for listening to me, and hope that we're going to have an interesting discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Farid, for this stimulating and very timely presentation. Both you and Amina actually showed us a lot of similarities also with the US context, which we could discuss maybe later when we have the Q&A. So I'm going to move to our third panelist, and our third presentation is titled Republican Values or French Double Standards by Yasser Loti, head of the Justice and Liberties for All Committee and host of the podcast Le Breakdown. Yasser is a French human rights and civil liberties activist. His work focuses on Islamophobia, national security policies, and social justice for minorities. Yasser, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. If I may, it's Yasser Louati, and you won't be the first one to say it like that.
I apologize. I knew
that's okay. Just
I would butcher a few names today.
No problem. No. I just no big deal. So thank you, Ahlem, for this kind introduction, and I would like to thank Professor Hatem Bazian and the Islamophobia Research and Documentation Project. So, as you all know, the situation in France has been deteriorating at a faster rate than usually, and this country, as I keep saying it, is not only the laboratory of Islamophobia, but is also, how can I say, the implementer of the violations, or the legalizer of the violations of its own constitution and so-called values, and we will see how this operates. Now, of course, France made headlines for two flagship bills, the first one being the bill on comprehensive security, which is about, among other things, protecting the police from scrutiny by prohibiting filming the police while they are on duty. And the second bill is the law on separatism, which was introduced as Emmanuel Macron took the stage in the city of Les Mureaux on the further west side of Paris. Now, the main measures of this anti-separatism bill is, of course, to actually violate laïcité by allowing the French government to interfere or to meddle in religious affairs when it comes to Muslims, nominating imams, intervening during elections. If, for example, the community feels that the people at the head of the organization of the mosque are not doing the job or are violating their contract with the community, if they have one, of course, the government can intervene in such situations, of course, to make it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for Muslims to decide to adopt homeschooling as a solution for the education of their kids, which is actually problematic. So, let's say a Muslim, family has a daughter who does not want to go to public school because she would be made remove her headscarf. She does not have the means of going to a private school, and she decides to have homeschooling. That would be made impossible according to this bill. Now, of course, we have to take a look at that as not something new, but as the latest episode of a long, right-wing revolution that took place since the 1950s in France. I'm not going to go as far back as the 1950s, but the multiple security bills we are witnessing today are just the latest, and the previous ones we saw being passed on the back of fighting terrorism, or of course the law on mass surveillance of July 2015, which allows the government to literally listen to all of our conversations, record our internet activities, social media postings, the movies we watch, the people we talk to, the books we read, and the newspapers we are reading, etc. On top of it, we had the SILT law of 2017, which is the security, the law in the domestic security and against terrorism, which actually made the state of emergency of 2015-16 permanent, which means there is no due process anymore in France. The executive branch of power can decide to order a search warrant, as we saw it for the past couple of weeks. But as we saw it during 2.5 years between 2015 and 2016, when over 4,000 raids were carried against Muslim families, and according to France's ombudsman, 99% of those raids were carried against Muslims. 0.16% of those raids led to an investigation on terror grounds, which means that thousands of families had been traumatized for life, and in return, there was nothing being done to properly tackle terrorism. Now, of course, a connection was made, after the beheading of Samuel Paty, and people capitalized on that horrendous event by making the connection between terrorist attacks and the non-abiding by French values. And French values, to be honest, have no legal definition. It's just a set of loosely defined ideas. But this is, again, not only about reinforcing the repressive measures of the state, but it's first and foremost using Islamophobia as a legitimizer to make the state unaccountable, opaque, above, that the repressive means of the state go unchecked, and that the rule of law doesn't really apply when it comes to Muslims. And when we go back to Emmanuel Macron's discourse in the city of Les Mureaux, his focus on Islamist separatism that he did not define actually was just a legitimization of I may be provocative on this one, but a rehabilitation of the traditional far right in France. And if we can listen to the hour and a half of that discourse, it was about the obsession of controlling and policing Muslims in the public space, in their private spaces. And this is not new. For example, as far back as 1894, the colonial, administration sent Léon Roche to Mecca to get a fatwa that would discourage Algerians from fighting against the occupying Christian forces. And the fatwa was obtained by local muftis against, of course, retribution. And that was used by the French administration to say, listen, as long as you are allowed to pray and to go to Mecca, you don't need to fight the colonial power in place. And this is exactly what Emmanuel Macron was doing in his discourse, that Muslims today will be criminalized anytime they organize as Muslims and anytime they speak up as Muslims. And when, like Achille Mbembe wrote, when you go from a judgment on their identity to affirming their own identity. And, if I can, point you back to a long piece I wrote actually for the IRDP called L'exception française, from the obsession of Muslims to their social death sentence. And we see that from the early 1980s, when Muslims began organizing and marching and organizing, strikes, and the 1983 march against racism and for equality, that sent a shock wave that Muslims were no longer a second-class citizens, but were now, daring to demand equality with the rest of the majority population. After 1894, there were, of course, a series of events that led to the birth of various organizations that were meant to, again, police Muslims in their public spaces and private spaces. For example, in 1911, there was the Interministerial Commission on Islamic Affairs, which was about actually disseminating ideas that would discourage Muslims from organizing in the colonies, let alone on metropolitan France, but also was about a better understanding of the sociology of the colonized Muslims for better repression, down the line. For example, you also had, organizations, with the more acceptable terms of friendly circles, friendly Muslim circles, which were again about deciding who would represent Muslims or not. The committee, the Paris, the Comité d'Institut Musulman à Paris, well, the Paris Muslim Institute Committee, which was actually battling the very idea of assimilation, and that we should discourage not only Muslims from seeking equality and better legislation, but also to cast aside any thinkers or political activists or elected officials from pushing for more Muslim-friendly legislation. And the list goes on. So what Emmanuel Macron was doing with this discourse was literally to, while proclaiming to protect French values, he was actually advocating violating them. Now, of course, he kept mentioning laïcité, which is absolutely hilarious when we take a look at the real definition of laïcité, the law of 1905, which is about the religious neutrality of the state and not public spaces, of course, separation of church and state, and that the state does not have a religion. And now there was a new definition that has been adopted in the early 2000s, what we call neo-laïcité or the new laïcité, which actually takes laïcité from being applied to the state only to public space. Hence, the various controversies people abroad have seen surrounding the visibility of Muslims, the Burkini affair, the banning of the headscarf, the chasing of Muslim girls wearing a long skirt. Anytime Muslims are visible in the public space, laïcité is invoked, yet laïcité does not prohibit displaying your faith affiliation, absolutely not. It's about the state being neutral. And Emmanuel Macron, well, He's not like, you know, a deep thinker. He doesn't have a long track record in policy making. He was just a bank employee who became president. So of course, he outsourced his thinking to the people around him, and the people around him are part of the most notorious Islamophobes of the past 30 years. So much so that an organization which was set up to protect laïcité and to advocate its application throughout French society, a state-sanctioned organization called the Observatory of Laïcité, was actually bypassed by the people around Emmanuel Macron, and a new organization was set up, the Council of the Wise of Laïcité, which was composed by staunch Islamophobes and a few Muslim individuals, of course, and those people were pushing for not the constitutional laïcité as it is protected by the Observatory of Laïcité, but for an advocacy of the new laïcité, which not only pushes for the state to be neutral, but also to prohibit faith or Muslim visibility in the public space. Now, many people think that laïcité is a French exception. It is not. It has, of course, its own history, but the secular, French Republic is no different from any other secular republic on continental France. But today, what we see is using laïcité to redefine it and then weaponize it against Muslims. Now, people then will say that Emmanuel Macron speaking about French values, what are they? Well, so far, nobody knows, just as radicalization and Islamist separatism have not been defined. So we see all this fuss about Muslims seceding from a French society, yet we have not seen a Muslim organization calling for separation from the rest of the country. As a matter of fact, the separatists are the people in power when we see that institutions and the economic and political power are between the hands of people who look alike and are not sharing any of it with the rest of the segments of the French population. But to be more precise, and in order not to leave room for interpretation, I'm going to stick to legal definitions. So, for example, if we take a look at the French Constitution of 1958, which has established the Fifth Republic as we know it, after a coup d'etat, but hey, who's counting? The Constitution of 1958, in its very first article, it's about the secular republic that does not promote nor advocate any religion. Yet we see now the French state directly targeting the religious liberties of Muslims in the name of laïcité. The very same first article of the 1958 Constitution is supposed, expects or demands that the president makes sure that the Constitution is upheld and protected. Yet when we see that Article number 1 speaks of equality before the law, and at the same time, as seen for the past couple of weeks, 243 raids at least have been ordered by the Minister of Interior, Gérald Darmanin, in the name of protecting French values. And that in an interview, he declares that legally speaking, we have nothing on those people. We are just sending a message. We see that, of course, the application of the law and due process does not necessarily apply to Muslims. Now, of course, I will just open a parenthesis. The same Minister of Interior who's speaking of French values today is the same person who's being investigated for rape, sexual harassment as well. Close the parenthesis. Now, if the French Constitution is not sufficient to explain or to define French values, let's take a look at France being the cradle of human rights. The 789 Declaration on Human Rights speaks of article as clearly as this: the aim of all political associations is the natural is to fight oppression and to stand for the natural and inalienable rights of men. Now, when you see the government dissolving 2 Muslim NGOs, shutting down places of worship without any legal basis, which means political decisions have been made, and the government claims that some organizations are problematic, yet refuses to take the matter to court. Where is the application of human rights? And especially when we see that France withdrew from the European Convention on Human Rights in 2015, withdrew from the ICCPR, which is the International Covenant on Political Rights, in 2016, which protects individuals from arbitrary arrests. And actually, when Emmanuel Macron speaks of French values, not only does he show the contradiction between his discourse and the reality, and Muslims being the barometer of democracy, the rule of law, and how the French constitution has any weight in French society, but also how obvious it is that France has become a rogue state that does not apply its own constitution, does not have any respect for human rights, does not even respect its own international commitments, while at the same time lecturing the rest of the world on human rights and minority rights. Now, of course, it is one thing to point the obvious, which is the state, doing what it does best, which is seeking, consolidating, and expanding its power base. But the dissolution of CCIF and Baraka City, and probably other organizations, because there is a list of that, it is also a dire indictment of how Muslims have organized so far, which means based on a centralized model. There is no plurality in their organizing, that any organization that comes about wants to be the center of everything, have absolute monopoly. And of course, the refusal to empower Muslims so they could fight for their rights without having to feel dependent towards any other organization or activist. And what strikes me the most with what happened with the CCIF today is that an organization that has been in place for 20 years has been dismissed within 3 weeks without any really fight to challenge the decision, but also without anyone around or after it, or at least people left behind to take the battle forward and stand for CCIF, Baraka City, and any other organization that gets dissolved on a political basis. So I heard yesterday that because these two organizations have been dissolved, that Muslims would not be able to fight for their rights. And I think that is preposterous to say such a thing. You will have to forgive my bluntness on this issue. The first one, of course, if organizations want to be the center of everything, they make everybody liable to their own limits. And that means they have not prepared the field, the grassroots, for people to take over the fight. Now, Muslims today actually are at a crossroads. The CFCM today, which is the French Council of the Muslim Faith, is just playing the role played by the former Qaids, the Qaids in the colonies, which is not to represent Muslims before the state, but to represent the state before Muslims. That Emmanuel Macron uses the CFCM, this bogus organization set up in 2003 by Nicolas Sarkozy in violation of laicity while he was Minister of Interior, an organization which is itself composed of organizations or federations that depend on foreign powers, Algeria, Morocco, to name a few, an organization that never held free and fair elections, never had any women on its board, let alone at its head. Yet, in the name of French values, Emmanuel Macron is using the French Council of the Muslim Faith to implement and legitimize these anti-Muslim measures. But this CFCM, despite being disconnected from the grassroots and illegitimate in the eyes of millions of Muslims, can only be challenged by reorganizing the way grassroots operate, which means steering away from the hyper-centralized model to go from victimhood to empowerment and to redefine the nature of the relationship with the left. Because today the left does not care about the anti-separatism bill. It does care about the bill on comprehensive security, but very few of them make the connection with how Islamophobia was used to legitimize the bill on comprehensive security, and that the Article 24, which bans filming the police, might be taken from the comprehensive security bill and put into the law against separatism as Article 25. Yet the French left, just as it was not reliable during the state of emergency and only began counting state violations when the state of emergency was applied against union activists, anarchists, environmentalists, today Muslims have to rethink the way they are organized, to rethink the way they interact with their own representatives, and to base their relationship with the French government, not by expecting the French state to give them a gift or to be politically charitable, but to do as other communities did before them. I will not name them, there's no need for it. And today, which means more democratic organizations, more empowered communities, being capable of disseminating their own story, history, and narrative without having to wait for the left to come and help them. The French left is helpless. There is no counting on them. And I will finish on this. What happened today to the CCIF and Baraka City happened to several other Muslim organizations before them. And these organizations, unfortunately, did not think once that what's happening to smaller, less visible, poorer, less politically strong organizations would end up happening to them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for our last presenter. Unfortunately, Anas is still not with us, right? So we have to now just take those three presentations, wonderful, amazing presentations, which are very timely but also connected around the theme of which Muslims to include and which to exclude in specific examples from Europe. We can also see the similarities with the US context. For example, when mainstream US media outlets defied Trump's Muslim ban, and they still do sometimes, they usually focus on specific types of Muslims, those who have practiced the greatest sacrifice. Similar to what Amina said, you have to be more loyal than the king, to be included, to have a voice in society. So usually those Muslims that are presented in US mainstream media are ones like US soldiers, Muslim US soldiers who died, especially those who died actually made the ultimate sacrifice, or traitors from Afghanistan, Iraq, etc., who, if they are to be returned according to the Muslim ban, would face death. So that's similar to that also what Farid argued on what constitutes the good Muslim. Similarly, I argued in an article that I released in spring in Arab Studies Quarterly about what I termed US Muslim media darling, Muslim and Arab media darlings. And I argued that also for Muslim women to be visible in US mainstream media, there are conditions really for what kind of Muslim you would be, like you probably have to, attribute to certain ideologies, Western ideologies, to look, certain way, to be educated in the West, etc. And lastly, Yasser's take on the role of activists and documenting and defying Islamophobia, the challenges of doing so, and also your brilliant invocation of what Frantz Fanon explained on the psychology of the colonized people and how we, the colonized, sometimes end up internalizing the colonial mentality and the colonial ideology. Of course, in the context of France in your case, but we could think of so many other contexts. As I said, the parallels between the US and Europe are very stark. So could you all, I have a question for all of you to link everything back together. So could you all please comment on the macro-European Islamophobic trend versus the specific micro cases in certain countries like the ones you showed and certain communities, and whether, if there are any European pockets where the tide is not as serious or maybe reversed in terms of Islamophobia in certain contexts. And we also have a comment about Islamophobia in Asia, but I will take that later. This is open for the three presenters today. Who would like to
Farid, your turn.
We can start in the same order if you want. We can start with Amina, then go to Farid, and then Yasser. It's up to you guys. Whoever is ready.
Amina is being shy and Farid as well. I just spoke. I have an excuse, so let them speak.
Ladies first, right?
Very many, right?
Thank you. Thank you. to kind of respond to the idea of cases going against the tide, in previous research that I've been involved with on a pan-European scale, but also the European Islamophobia report that Farid and Enes edit, but Yasser and I are both involved with, if I'm right. You have Islamophobia, you have the specificities of each context, the individual histories. Within France, there's this huge, the colonial question, I think influences massively what goes on today. But I mentioned the Czech Republic in my presentation. Here you have an entirely different historical trajectory. You have slightly differing contextual specificities around the way in which Muslimness is framed or targeted more often than not. But overall, in my experience so far, it doesn't seem that anywhere within Europe is necessarily relenting its Islamophobia. Rather, there are contextual differences, yet we come to this sort of overarching narrative that's rooted in Orientalism that frames Muslims as barbaric, as backwards, as entirely incompatible. And this occurs in absence of Muslim populations. You don't even need to have Muslims to have, and I talked about the Czech Republic, so you have candidates like Tomio Okamura, who's half Japanese himself, who mobilizes the Islamophobic narrative where there's less than 1 to 2% of the population being Muslim, and it's incredibly small, and who mobilizes these essentialist narratives to push his agenda. So in my personal research experience, I've not seen as much of a relenting of Islamophobia, rather a convergence and a rising Islamophobia that exists with Muslim populations and without Muslim populations. But I'm sure my colleagues have something to add.
Thank you.
All right, so I was the second, so I'll take this one. I mean, I think there is a lot to say about that, and I just wrote in the chat. I provided the website where you can download the European Islamophobia report, which we have been doing since 2015, and Yasser and Amina were both authors for the French and the Belgian country report. So it's a collaboration of more than 40 scholars on more than 30 countries. So you can download that for free there. I think it was very, I absolutely agree with what Amina said in terms of the East-West divide. But I think, especially because France is so much a topic here, and since I was discussing Austria, I think one of the very interesting things for both countries is that both share one important trait, because obviously there are many differences. Difference in the colonial heritage, difference in also the groups that immigrated with a Muslim background, the citizenship regime, even the church-state regime. I mean, there are so many stark differences between those two countries, but there is one interesting trait that both share, which is that the Muslim population in those countries are the largest. So in Austria, which is very often overlooked because it's a very small country, around 9% of the whole population is Muslim, right? So this is comparable to France. I think the two countries with the largest Muslim population in percentage. So in total numbers in Austria, it's a diminishing small number, but in percentage of the whole population, it's important. So I think there are two different stances on behalf of the political actors, how to deal with that. So there is the very superficial far-right approach, which says, well, let's kick them out of the country because they are aliens anyway, right? So as the assumption is very often in Austria that not even more than 50% have the citizenship, right? So the idea is they came as immigrants, they should leave again. The more realistic centrist politicians have a different approach, which is we won't be able to kick them out of the country, hence we have to manage them in a way that serves our interest. So given that there is a growing population, which will only increase within the next decades, the idea is to really manage Islam, literally speaking. So the idea is we have to create this domesticated, nationalized version of what is a good French, Dutch, German, whatever Muslim identity. So like if I would draw on Malcolm X's famous speech, you have the field, the people in the field, and the people in the master's home, right? So it is like you have the masses of Muslims who are the deviant, seen as deviant ones by certain political actors, and then you have those who serve the master. And this serving the master around this notion of having, raising and civilizing the good Muslim, that's a very important strategic effort by those centrist powers who see a threat in the growing Muslim population. And I think that is really the case for so many ministries of interior. I mean, you could also expand this much more to so many other countries in Western Europe. And when it comes to the east of Europe, where Muslims are less than 1% of the whole population, I think the interesting thing that explains to us why since 2015 there has been such a rise in anti-Muslim racism in the political discourse, especially of the governing people, is because they basically, I would argue, studied the experience of the Western Europe. And they saw that there was a strong rise of the far right. So in order not to allow the far right to capitalize on the so-called refugee crisis, which was made a crisis rather than it was a crisis, in order to capitalize on that, what they did is they co-opted this whole far right agenda from the very beginning. That's why we see, for instance, in Hungary, with Fidesz, a party that is part of the European Christian Conservative Party group, right? That's not a far right. The far right, the Jobbik, is sidelined. Why? Because the Fidesz has basically fully co-opted this agenda. And that's what we see in various countries in the more eastern part of Europe. So I think that there is a lot of strategic elements in how they are dealing with these issues. I mean, that's just two short thoughts, and I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you. So Yasser, would you like to add anything? You are muted.
Sorry. If I could just have the question again, because a lot has been said, and just trying to be, because otherwise I'm going to be speaking for way too long.
We were trying to first link the micro with the macro, you know, those special cases with the overall trend in Europe in terms of Islamophobia, and whether there were any pockets of resistance or maybe, you know, reversing the tide of Islamophobia. You know, if you don't want to answer it, that's fine. We could move. We have a long list of questions. We could move.
Let's take another one then. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I guess I will start the audience questions, and we have plenty of those. First one is from Rima Nashashibi, and it's addressed to Amina. What do you think of coordinating and collaborating between Muslim women in the EU and American women, since the same battle is being used to subvert them across continents by the powers to be in Europe and across the globe, and the Christian right politicizing and fighting the regressive battles against women and women's bodies? A Muslim American women movement fighting back against the using of their bodies as a racist political war. Is this far-fetched? I hope I read it right.
Thank you. I think that such a network would be a great initiative, and Professor Hatem talked about the development of the Islamophobia Studies and Research Association. I don't see why, and I think of things like the Political Studies Association, why we couldn't have within that, if we're all involved in this collective project, a space for women specifically, because in my personal experience, the research indicates that Muslim women are much more heavily targeted. So last year in Belgium, 90% of the incidents that that were reported to the CCIB, which is like the CCIF, but the Belgian version, affected Muslim women. So we have this huge gendered focus or disproportionate gendered impact of Islamophobia in terms of the base level hate crimes, but also legislation. If we look at the French context, I think that there is potential for a group to share best practices, but also to have a space, a safe space of sharing experiences and the types of issues that we encounter. So I don't think that that's far-fetched. I think that it's a broader struggle that transcends me, it transcends any of us in this group, and having those sorts of spaces and those sorts of networks would be a welcome step in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. So I have another question from Elias Delmazlin. I'm sorry if I'm butchering names again. What is the analysis, I think that's what he means, of your intervenants, I guess maybe panelists, in a sociological and political point of view on the fact that even in the inside of the militant body against Islamophobia in France has been developed a sort of shame myself, I guess maybe shame myself, like self-shaming, stopping them from speaking about some Islamophobic cases, lockdown of Baraka city, raids against militants or imams, laws against hijab or niqab, marginalization of associations, and well seen by the left party. Is it not finally the interiorization of Islamophobia or another phenomenon? He did not specify a specific person, so I'll invite anyone who would like to comment, respond.
I'll respond.
Sure, go ahead, Yasser. Thank you.
It is true that there has been a deep internalization of the relationship based on domination and the way Muslims experience their relationship with the rest of the population. So many, for example, if you speak to them on Islamophobia, they will use a religious narrative saying that this is, God, testing us, and we should, like, let it be, and this is not supposed to be a world where we are happy, etc. And I tend to be cautious when addressing that, because I refrain from publicly speaking about religion per se. But I think there is also a problem with the way Islam is being taught and as a religion, and how Islam as a religion is organized in relation to the power in place. We often see that, for example, and from our own experience, when multiple initiatives at the grassroots that when we organized, the mosque was against us, because the mosque was the outsourcer of the mayor, and the mayor would not confront us publicly in a public space, but would call the imam, and the imam would make a speech in the mosque and calling us names, etc., in order to thwart any attempt to organize. We also see, even, for example, many, I think, and I'm going to be very blunt, and I'm really sorry, you have to forgive me. I know it's academic, and I know it's supposed to be more diplomatic, but many imams are politically ignorant when it comes to how power operates. Many of them are scared. Their discourse is anachronistic, and their Islam is not about liberating Muslims, but making them accept that they live in a dominated position. So that's why oftentimes you will see Islamic organizations standing on the side of power, which means we often see clerical organizations, bodies of imams, etc., always siding with who, excuse me, I'm taking French, Arabic, and English, with whoever is in power, and to be on the right side of the fence. And this is highly problematic, especially when we know that Muslim communities are faith communities and that the mosque plays a central role. So if the mosque has a discourse that tells Muslims that organizing is bad, that voting is bad, is evil, and that organizing Muslims is provoking fitna and dividing Muslims and exposing them to harm, it's highly problematic, because they have a high capacity of demobilizing Muslims. But I should be fair and not throw stones at Islamic organizations alone, but also on the so-called grassroots. Now, of course, I've been harsh in I know, and many will disagree with me, and many will, comment negatively about what I said in regards to the CCIF being dismissed within a matter of weeks. But we have to think in terms of, if for 20 years an organization was wiped out within a couple of weeks, and there is nothing left, that people are just waiting for a miracle to happen, what does it say about the political strategy that was adopted for the past 2 decades? When we see, for example, I'm going to give you an example. On the 10th, and I think Mr. Elias Dimzalen refers to the March Against Islamophobia of November 10th, 2019, which made headlines. But before that march, there was a Muslim organized event on October 17th, organized by Muslims, for Muslims, and nothing had their say aside Muslims. It was boycotted by the left, which set up a rival collective to organize a march on the 10th of November. And that collective is, ruled by La France Insoumise, Jean-Luc Mélenchon's political party, in order for this march to bring in the so-called Muslim vote on his side when they go for the municipal elections to elect mayors in this year, despite the lockdown, and for him to use Muslims as a stepping stone. But here is the problem. Jean-Luc Mélenchon has been feeding Islamophobia for decades. He stood and advocated for all the anti-Muslim laws of the past 20 years. His political party, La France Insoumise, is highly undemocratic. There are no elections. It's a pyramidal structure. And the people who were invited to speak on November 10th were among the most staunch Islamophobes we fought against during the state of emergency. Yet some Muslims were excluded. To conclude, and I'm just 1 minute, is that I think this is a time of literally rethinking how Muslims want to evolve and live their lives in the next 10, 15 years. Because the model based on let's be on the good side of the political power elites has failed. And in a country where all communities organized, struggled, and went through uprisings throughout the centuries, I don't think Muslims are any exception in this. I'm not calling for any, advocating political violence. I'm just saying that nothing was given to French people without organizing. Maybe it's time for Muslims to rethink their, software and do something better.
Can I just say something on this? Because can I just come in at this point? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, and I just want to say very quickly, yes, sir, because this is an academic scholarly conference, please don't feel obliged at all to self-censor. People have the right to respond, of course. So,
no, because I know academics and I know Farid, etc. So
well, let me intervene in here. The concept of academic has to be rethought, right? So again, the fact that we are in an academic setting doesn't mean that you have a rarefied, you get into the top of the tower if still we have towers and look down at the people.
That sounds like Hatem Bazian.
All ideas can be shaped and introduced through a complex process between those who are dedicated to scholarship as a profession and those who are engaged in scholarship through actions or through work. And so I'm always a constant person that really does not accept a wall that differentiates between the academy and the community. If anything, I'm a critic of that. What we do is we commodify knowledge of the people, and then we begin to actually utilize it as a way of going up the ladder. If anything, I would try for us to actually use the knowledge for us to climb down the ladder and to actually locate knowledge where it should be, but without actually also allowing that anyone can say anything. So that's another extreme, right? So in essence, that we are collectively co-producers of knowledge that makes an impact on people's life. So that's just to reframe where we are. So Salman, go ahead.
Yeah, just very quickly. I mean, first I want to thank the panel, but I want to pick up one important, well, there are lots of important points, but something that Yasser brought up in his talk, and I think was apparent in both Farid's and Amina's talk. And I want to relate this to a situation, for example, in the UK. Right now, there is a campaign to get a definition of Islamophobia established by lots of different organizations, large public organizations. And the idea is that this understanding will actually help at least provide some kind of redress or provide some kind of process to contest it. But also it makes Islamophobia something that can be used in the culture to leverage empowerment for Muslims and those affected by Islamophobia. Some of the people who are against this are Islamic societies in Muslim universities who have actively campaigned against the definition. They have actually gone to their universities. When the universities have said, we don't know anything about this, we would like to introduce this in our procedures, they have said, do not introduce this definition. And this, I think, speaks to the point that Yasser made with, I think, with absolute, perhaps he was too kind, I would argue. It's not just that the many mosque leaders do not know or understand or care about the political processes, which is true, and I think we can all accept that. There's also a situation now which has arisen. The level of consciousness about Muslim affairs has risen to the point where if you say you are a Muslim, you can have some kind of public platform if you are the right kind of Muslim. Yeah. So before that, whether you were saying Muslim didn't used to count for anything. Now, if you are a Muslim who doesn't challenge authority, who can be a Muslim, a house Muslim in a sense, to paraphrase Malcolm X and Freed in this way, there is a possibility of doing that. But we haven't reached a level of political consciousness in which those who are able to do this or say this feel any kind of compulsion to have any political analysis, any strategic analysis, or even understanding of some of the issues. So for example, the Islamic societies and universities in Britain have never or rarely, with few exceptions, involved in issues about racism, got involved in issues about Palestinian solidarity or what's happening with the Uyghurs or anything like that. But they demand to be consulted, or they are consulted as stakeholders about Islamophobia, when most of them by training tend to be either dentists or engineers or medics who have no understanding, appreciation, or even study of the phenomenon. But they then become the interlocutors of, and then of course they don't have the answers, and they're wrapped around very quickly. And university administrations who do not want to forward the Islamophobia as an issue can use them as a way of saying, well, actually, they don't agree with it. And we have to understand that the fight against Islamophobia is not just a fight against Islamophobes. It has to be also a fight. And I use this word, I'm going to say the word idiots. And I mean this in its Greek etymology rather than its more current etymology, which is those who do not want to be idiots idiots were those who did not want to be involved in the public life or the civic life of the polis. So the biggest barrier to ending Islamophobia is the persistence of idiots and the position of idiocy among large sections of not just the Muslim community, but certainly among the Muslim community.
Thank you very much. I guess we're going to take another question. This one is from Rima Nashashibi for Farid Hafiz. Would you go over a little bit more over the political Islam definition by the Austrian Secret Service, since this is being brought up here among American women organizations, such as the ones fighting to end child marriage due to the involvement of Ayaan Hirsi Ali, founder of the AHA Foundation. This is one of the media darlings I mentioned before. In 2003, Hirsi Ali was elected as member of the House of Representatives, the lower house of the States General of the Netherlands, so she has a little bit about where she comes from. They claim that they are not against Islam.
All right. Well, I mean, as I've already mentioned very shortly, is the problem really is, first of all, that political Islam is more of a terminology that has been introduced in public discourse and was not so much coming really from the Secret Service itself. And since it has only been used once, and the terminology that normally is used to describe like kind of extremist people is Islamism, it's really very difficult to say what is political Islam. I think that's already part of the problem. This is not really defined, similar to what is going on with Islamic separatism, Islamist separatism in France. It's so easy to be used really to target very different kinds of people who, as I would say, are trying to have an agency in the political process. So that's one part of the problem. The other thing is, one has to mention that a few months ago, in July this year, there was a center was established by the Austrian government called the Documentation Center for Political Islam. So one of the things that this center should do, funded by the government, obviously, one of the tasks of this center is to find the definition of political Islam, right? So they set up an institution before they even know like what really do we want to tackle. I mean, I think there is an agenda, obviously, but there is really no definition that they would provide. And that's all problems now, since there has this proclamation, there was this proclamation that political Islam should become a criminal offense. Now this becomes even more problematic, because if you don't have a definition, how do you want to bring somebody to, if you can't define really what this problem is, and you make it a criminal offense? If you take this report that I have discussed in my presentation, then political Islam basically is every kind of Muslim self-organization, right? Every kind of independent agency. That's what political Islam is. Or, as you could also see with the hijab ban that was lifted, thanks God, that would also be part of political Islam. And I think this, the fluidity of this notion is really the biggest problem of this whole thing. And I mean, one of the things that I think people fear now is that this can really be used against basically everybody that potentially poses a threat in the sense of being in opposition to those in power. And that's what we will see, how that will develop, because actually it was scheduled for last week that there was a discussion in the National Parliament to discuss this new law, and it was postponed to January. So we are still in this process of figuring out how things will develop. But it is definitely something of big concern. I think if society would understand, it's not only of big concern to Muslims, but basically to every citizen in this country, everybody living in this country, because it is just such a fluid thing.
Thank you for this comprehensive answer. And there are a few comments actually in the chat if you want to take a look at them. I'm going to take another question, and this time this is from Nazreen Qadir. What is being done to submit France's human rights violations to the UN? This is not specified, I guess. And I know that some of the questions had been answered in the chat. So when I read a question, you can also say that the question has been answered. I copied and pasted them into a document. So again, from Nazreen Qadir, what is being done to submit France's human rights violations to the United Nations? This probably to both Yasser and Amina. You're muted, Amina.
Thank you. I'll come in, and I'm sure Yasser will be able to add. Part of me wonders what will even happen if these abuses are submitted. Will they even be taken seriously? You take the examples of cases where individuals have contested hijab bans or niqab bans, and they've taken it up to the European Court of Human Rights or the European Court of Justice. There's been so much ambiguity, or there's been ruling on the side of France. sort of legitimizing their decisions. Who's to say that the UN won't stand by France and its decisions? And I think one of the key tools that France uses, and I didn't really get to talk about this earlier, is the mobilization or the instrumentalization of laïcité. And as Yasser quite importantly highlighted and clearly highlighted, laïcité or secularism has become weaponized. It is a tool by which France claims that it is all part of being French. It is a part of French values, and whatever these actually mean. It's so loose, it's so meaningless, but ultimately it's used to target Muslimness within France. It has nothing to do with the separation of church and state anymore. It's about targeting individuals within the country. And then furthermore, something that we're told, and I listened to this on your podcast last week, a few days ago, in fact, yeah. So one of the points that you and your interview highlighted was the fact that we're always told, and I've written about this in a CMS Reorient blog, which I advise you all to have a look at. I'll post the link in the chat afterwards. We're always told that those of us who criticize France and these supposed French values that are weaponized to target Muslimness in the country, we are always told we do not understand, as though we're incapable of understanding this core Frenchness. When we talk about Charlie Hebdo, we were told, well, we don't understand French satire. One of the examples that I highlight to my students, the example that Yasser talked about, but also the case of Taubira, when they painted they drew a French minister who happens to be of a African heritage. They drew her as an ape with a banana. This isn't satire, this is tasteless. But we're always told we don't understand French satire when they use Charlie Hebdo in particular to demonize Muslims and to mock Muslimness. And we're told that that's fair game. So I think we come up against significant issues. The way in which Islamophobia is mobilized through the framework of laïcité in France, and it being an incontestable Republican French value, but also the counter-argument that we could never understand Frenchness. We're all incapable of understanding, when in fact it's usually just tasteless or baseless discrimination and prejudice against individuals, often Muslim women. But I'll pass over to Yasser now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, I think I will just complete what you just said in terms of, I mean, France has already been, I would say, condemned by the UN for its violation of human rights. 2016, there was a report, no, 2017, excuse me, that analyzed the state of emergency, and the special rapporteuse, because she's a woman, she wrote that the rule of law in France has been greatly weakened under the state of emergency, and that Muslims face almost an area where there is no rule of law, and that they are used as the legitimizer to kind of, dismiss the rule of law as being too weak in the face of terrorism. And this happened in 2016, 17, 2018, but there were also individual cases taken to the European Court of Human Rights. And as you said, Amina, there has always been this ambiguity when it comes to France. So they will give a broad ruling for most countries, but France will always have this, discretionary, area in which France can, okay, it's the French exception. And we saw it, for example, for the right to wear a headscarf in the place of work. So you have one ruling that says, no, you cannot discriminate. And the other says, well, as long as you advertise in the company that you do not accept the headscarf, then it's legal. So there are always some kind of allowing France to go around or to have a loophole for its policies when it comes to Muslims. But if we want to take this matter of seizing international bodies, I think that's the way to go. Not because those bodies can coerce France or any other member state, as a matter of fact, but they are an outstanding platform for domestic issues to be given an international platform. We kept doing it at the CJL that I had at the OSCE in Warsaw before the COVID-19, because the OSCE, for example, an organization with 54 member states, that actually takes a look on how democracy and human rights are implemented in member states, including France. But also during the panel, you have a chance to speak with the ambassador of your country. And the OSCE recommendations can be used at home by saying the OSCE says this and that. Now, of course, it does not mean France will say, oh, I'm sorry, I'm going to abide by that. But it gives an international backing to domestic issues. Now, having spoken of individual cases, we have to be careful because individual cases, we never make justice for the rest of the people. It will be a ruling for a specific person. And what we have seen so far is that an non-coordinated effort, which actually makes us, have to ask ourselves, are these institutions being used as to their full potential? I don't think so, because this would require more coordination, which means no more monopoly, no more hyper-centralization, and that various organizations come together and wage, how can I say, a legal battle through the European Court of Human Rights and a battle through the UN when human rights are being discussed, either in New York or Geneva, but also to connect the dots, not only between continental Europe and the UK, but also across the Atlantic. In 2017, and I told the Americans in California what I thought about, Fadil is laughing, how Americans think when it comes to international relations, is that oftentimes you will see tremendous activists in the US, but they would limit their action to the East and the West Coast. They wouldn't look beyond what's happening, in Europe, for example, or elsewhere, even though France is, as I said, is a laboratory of Islamophobia, and many of the things France does in ways that the laws are being passed, etc., get adopted or copied by other governments. So actually, more can be done. A lot more efforts have to be put into place to coordinate efforts to literally seize those organizations that France uses to lecture the rest of the world. Now, it's one thing for France to go in the UN, human rights, etc., to justify, wars, interventions, and meddling in domestic affairs. But how about us, human rights, develop what I call a grassroots foreign policy, which means we come together, academics, researchers, activists, etc., and see. So we have the UN, the OSCE, we have the European Court of Human Rights, and any other organization that can give a platform to our home issues to become international.
Thank you. We have a long list of questions, so I'm going to go to the next one by RH. How did France's withdrawal from international treaties lead to the subsequent passage of Islamophobic legislation? And this was followed up by another related question. Is there a path to stopping the separatism law in France from passing?
I guess. Okay, then I'll take it.
Go ahead. I mean, if you can briefly.
I'll take it. Stopping the law on separatism can be done through the Constitutional Council, which is it's like the Supreme Court in the US. It's like this body decides whether or not a law is constitutional or not. The problem is it's composed of former politicians who know each other, and France gets a pass in it. For example, state of emergency was renewed 6 times until it became permanent. So there are some limits on that. Nevertheless, the matter can be taken to the Constitutional Council. Now, of course, if we take how France withdraws, it's simple. Send a letter. So for when France withdrew from the International Covenant on Political Rights, which prohibits arbitrary arrests, they just sent a letter. We are withdrawing. The European Convention on Human Rights, Article 15, allows governments to withdraw if they think the situation is ripe or justifies it. So that's why it's because when these governments do these things, they oftentimes do it without openly speaking about it. And that's why a state of vigilance has to be adopted in terms of documenting these proceedings, but also when France withdraws from a specific international commitment, not only expose it, but seize that same organization just to say, well, listen, the situation does not justify. And even if that body goes along with France, you will have put out there all the bullet points.
Yeah.
So when France withdrew in 2015, there was absolutely no justification to do it. But again, we lack, that civil society that can actually expose and police the state.
Yeah, and we have Sadiq who would like to actually comment on this issue in a few minutes. Please, we only have 11 minutes left. So go ahead, please. Can you unmute your mic?
Thank you, Dr. Islam. I just want to comment briefly. I really applaud what Yasser been saying and other Amina and Farid. I wanted to just reflect very quickly about utilizing United Nations human rights mechanism and how that we can utilize it as shaming and naming and actually bring it back to our communities to intensify our scrutiny of the state behavior and the state's violent attitude. For example, in the United States, there is an organization developed in 2010 called the U.S. Human Rights Network, which have in its membership about 240 organizations, and our institute is one of them. And we've been utilizing that organization. We compile what we call it human rights reports in 3 forms. One is ICCPR, which Yasser mentioned, and the second is the third, which is the International Community for Elimination of Racial and Ethnic Discrimination, and the third one is the UPR, which is Universal Periodic Review, which every country in the United Nations member goes before that council, Human Rights Council, to get reviewed every 5 years. What the significance was, so when the human rights organization here being part of the state kind of consultation, so people, especially African-American organization for racial and social justice, set up this organization. So it became so powerful and independent from even Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and alike. And it set up very high standards for how peoples themselves, through their organizing effort, putting reports. So we will compile at least at the minimum 25 reports. Sometimes it goes to 200 reports in one singular report. We call it the shadow reporting. And we submit that to 2 organizations, to the State Department of United States and to the United Nations Human Rights Commission. We've been able, extremely successful, to put so much pressure in the American government in many issues, including state sexual violence and police brutality or elevation of poverty, etc. I don't want to take up so much time, but what I'm saying is I understand our reluctance sometimes, but I think it's so powerful tool. Today, after 10 years, assessing U.S. Human Rights Network is led by people of color, particularly African-American civil liberty and civil rights organizations. It's so committed to issues that is so vast that we've been able to bring a special rapporteur into United States and to have a direct testimony from people, and they bring that. So if you notice, after the killing of George Floyd, immediately 25 special United Nations rapporteur issued a condemnation of the actions. And that will never happen in vacuum unless we were this type of organization, highly trained in human rights language. So I've been part of that organization even before the inception, 2008, working closely with them. And we submitted every time a report about Islamophobia, xenophobia. In my case, I'm focusing food and corporate and dress in the United States. So we submit one in corporatizing the food system and racializing the food system. So what I'm appealing to Farid, Amina, and Yasser, and others, I think setting up, maybe there are, I don't know, in the European context, something like that to go even beyond the European Commission itself, to shame and name the violation of France and England and Austria and other likes, to keep shaming and naming them in an international arena, because that will give us, in the other side of the Atlantic, to launch our solidarity with you based on very effective methods. I know this is one, writing, talking, demonstrating, organizing, but all this and efforts will put the pressure in a neoliberal state that emerging in the Western Hemisphere, including the 2 sides of the Atlantic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me take another question from Terry Givens. She says, I'm very interested in the issue of internalization, internalized oppression. How is this represented in the political sphere? And this is a general question, so anyone is welcome to take on this question.
Well, if I may,
please.
Since there were a lot of France-focused questions. I think
it's hot topic now.
I think Salman
did not hear that, but go ahead.
Salman, I think, partly answered this question in a way. I mean, he touched a little bit upon that because
yes, sir.
I think one of the main problems that we are facing, and if I may add to this, was what Salman Said has said, is the problem, obviously, of religious Muslim leadership in this whole struggle. Because I think one of the big issues here really is what people call self-orientalization, self-oppression, or as W.E.B. Du Bois called it, the black man is not able to see himself other than through the eyes of the white man, or in our case, that the dominant discourse is shaping so much the self-understanding of the Muslim subject that they themselves are not able really to see themselves without these oppressive hegemonic discourse. And hence, I think, I mean, you can see that so often. You encounter Muslim actors in the political field, and I think one of the problems here that maybe was not named in the way I would name it, it's the question if they are really understanding that there is a political problem rather than there is a religious problem. Or in other words, to say, do we really understand that Islamophobia is about power relations? Or do Muslim leaders think that Islamophobia is about protecting Muslims? Which I think it is not, right? And I think part of this is this hegemonic discourse kind of pressuring Muslims to try to fit in what Yasser has called try to be on the right side of power, and through those in power try to find salvation, right? Rather than trying to self-empower your institutions, your identity, in order to be able to create an independent voice that speaks for itself. Hence, I would say, yes, absolutely, this is one of the main challenges even when we speak about the Muslim part. So, in my view, I think if we understand it the way I also have presented what I mean when I speak about Islamophobia, is that we should not see it as a Muslim problem, rather it is first and foremost a problem of everybody else, right? So I think that political approach to the whole issue is quite important, because if we are locked in this misunderstanding of Islamophobia, then we won't even be able to take an agency ourselves in order to have political impact here.
Thank you so much, Farid. And for Terry and others who might not be very familiar with a lot of the writings of Du Bois or others, I also invite you to read. Frantz Fanon wrote beautifully on these issues, and especially in Black Skin, White Masks, and The Wretched of the Earth, two phenomenal books. We have 3 minutes. I'll take, if we can take one last question, and then I have to wrap up. And it's from Sarah Biabani. What is the situation in Germany and Scandinavia? If someone, would you like to answer this? If not, probably we could wrap up. Germany and Scandinavia. And I know it's very late in France and in Europe. I apologize.
I think it's just too few time, right? Time is quite restricted, but I think it's like our next European Islamophobia report should be out in March next year, hopefully, inshallah. And if that is the case, there will be great reports on Germany and Sweden. So I invite you consult them.
Sure. Yeah. There's a question I'm going to read before I wrap up, but I want Lindsay Poorman to maybe communicate with the speakers directly. She says, hello, I'm a graduate student at Wayne State University and have a question for the panel. In their research, has the Arab Spring uprisings generated more extreme measures by Western governments in regards to Islamophobia tactics? Is that event something that they have been utilized in Islamophobia so-called justification for security agencies? And there are a few other questions. I ask, those audience members, first, thank you so much for your questions, but please go ahead and email the speakers. Their information should be on the website of the conference. So please go ahead and contact them directly. I would like to thank, our speakers, our panelists, not only for this panel, the fourth one, but also the third one, for your time, your energy, your amazing, stimulating discussions and presentations. And Dr. Hatem, also thank you very much for organizing this amazing conference. I conclude the panel, so it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Ahlam. Thank you, Farid, Yasser, Amina. Thank you, Sadiq, Salman. I see if Nadia is still with us. Jean, Munir, and everyone that's participated. Really, it was a great gathering for us to be able to do this. And in the middle of a pandemic, we're under shelter in place. So my commute has been very difficult from the kitchen to the living room to the office. It's in about 10 to 20 feet walk, but inshallah, we will be in better place in the days and months ahead. So immediate item, and this is sorry to put this, but we do ask for part of our fundraising drive. So I'm just gonna show a little bit of, for those who are able to support our work, please do so. So you could actually support the Islamophobia Studies Center. You could do text message or visit our website to do so. And again, this is something that we'll continue to do as we build. But also the next step is we'll be launching the International Islamophobia Studies and Research Association. And you will be getting a direct invitation for membership and to be engaged with it as an association. And hopefully our next conference, inshallah, will be in person in Berkeley to begin with in April. If not, we're still committed to do it online under the banner of the new association. And this is to bring both our own intellectual contribution as well as our graduate students who are working on the field of Islamophobia in a broader stroke. And I know that, Salman, you have the Critical Muslim Studies conference in April as well. So if you want to share a little bit either in the chat, or if you want to take a few minutes or 30 seconds to announce it, by all means, if you're still there.
I'm still here. I will take less than 30 seconds to announce it.
Okay, 25 and a half then.
All right, we keep going. This will finish by the time I have to announce it. Yes, the conference was due to happen in earlier last year, but because of COVID, it has been postponed to some extent. And but we're hoping, inshallah, that it will happen in April. It's the first conference, international conference on critical Muslim studies. The papers are still out. The abstracts are all there. You can get them. If anyone wants to still contribute or think about attending or participating, please let us know. We have already about over 100 presentations. So we really have to have this physically, because I do not think we could organize this virtually yet. So I really look forward to that, and I hope that people will take up the opportunity to engage with it.
Great. So look forward for the conference. The third item, I want to also encourage all of the participants as well as those who are attending. If you have a piece that you want us to promote through the Islamophobia network that we have, by all means, whether you have a blog, an action alert, a statement, and so on, please send it to us. We do have an extensive email list. So if you have something that you want to send out, we are co-participants in this effort. So Yasser, we're definitely not locked into East Coast, West Coast. We are al-Mashriqaini wal-Maghribain, if you want to say. We are in the 2 East and the 2 West, so engaged in the work in India, in France, in Myanmar, so Palestine, as well as Kashmir. So by all means, if you have any material that you want us to put out, send it to us, and we'll include it in our weekly email list, as well as post it on the website. And this is a wide open. For those who are monitoring, we will be sending out our new Islamophobia Studies Journal. It's coming out, and it will be on JSTOR through Pluto Press. So look forward to this. For those in the US, please download the Islamophobia reporting app to share it. And maybe you could talk about if we could do a version for France that maybe we could allow. Now it's available both in Arabic and English. You could file a report in Arabic and English, but we could actually think about maybe including a French version in order for us to begin to collect data from that. So that's a discussion for those in France or even Belgium to do that. The back end is possible. It's just a matter of doing the translation of the text and put it out. So you could download incident reports, demographics, and contact information. So I encourage people in the US to use it, but also to begin share it in other settings. So really would like to thank all of our panelists. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Thank you for being with us. You enriched us with your conversations and with your presence. We ask, that God give you good health, you and your family, and wish you all the best. So thank you. And we'll say Assalamu alaikum, goodbye, and look forward to seeing you in person in the near future. Okay.